Now, what is my agenda for today and tomorrow? So we are going to complete 3 chapters. One is firm and the market structure. Second chapter is monetary policy. Third chapter is fiscal policy. Now, please give a heading, firms and market structure. Firms and market structure. Okay. Now for this, I'm going to repeat some elementary stuffs which we already covered in class 12th. Now write concept number 1. Write concept number 1. Type of cost. Write concept number 1. Type of cost. We understand that. And one more news is, I think you have referred the LMS now. So we have deleted all the previous videos which were creating confusion now. Now all the lectures which you are finding on the LMS that is relevant for 2024, whether it is written or not, they are meant for 2024 content. Okay. Now, right, in business, we understand that there are 2 types of cost. In a business, we understand that there are 2 types of cost. Number one, variable cost. Variable cost. Number 1, variable cost, which varies directly with number of quantities sold. Which varies directly with number of quantities sold. Number 2, fixed cost, which is not dependent upon number of unit sold. Which is not dependent upon number of unit sold. Now, my point is very simple. In my classroom, there is a capacity of, let us assume, 80 students. Whether there is a 0 student or 80 student, I have to pay fixed rental. So it is an example of fixed cost. Let us assume that in my class, I provide you with the calculators. If there is 1 student, how many calculators I will provide? 1. If there are 50 students, 50 calculators. If there are 80 students, there are going to be 80 calculators. Now help me, example of calculator, which cost? Example of rent, which cost? Same wise, we pay a salary to our office boy. Whether there will be 80 student, 50 student or 0 student, I have to pay fixed salary. So again, salary will be an example of fixed cost. Now right. In short run, business should be able to recover. In short run, business should able to recover variable cost. At least variable cost. And in the long run, it should be able to recover both variable cost and fixed cost. Both variable cost and fixed cost. Now, what I'm trying to say, let us assume the calculated cost is 3,000 rupees. So at least what should be my selling price of the course? My selling price of the course should be at least 3,000. In the long run, I want you to recover both the variable and fixed cost. Now, let us assume that you are planning to start a new coaching center. When you're planning to start a new coaching center, initially, you won't be able to recover the rent. We say continue the business. Need not to worry about that. In the long run, you will able to. In the long run, if you're not able to, then what we will say, you have to shut down the business. But at least you should be able to recover which cost initially? At least you should be able to recover the variable cost. Now my point is my cost is 3,000 for the calculator. At least my selling price should be 3,000. I'm saying that my selling price is 4,000. Calculator is 3,000. So my contribution is 1,000 rupees per student. There are 10 students in my class. What will be total contribution? 10,000. My rent is 70,000. So I'm at a loss of 60,000. So what economics says? Continue with the business. In the long run, if you're not able to recover the rent, then you have to shut down the business, right? We will shut down the business. We will shut down the business. We will shut down the business in short run. We will shut down the business in the short run if you're not able to recover. If you're not able to recover, variable cost. And in the long run, if you're not able to recover, in the long run, if you're not able to recover both the cost. What is the meaning of shutdown? That means we will close our business. Till this point, am I clear to all of you? Am I clear with all of you? Now, right, next concept. Economies of scale. Economies of scale. Economies of scale. Diseconomies of scale. Economies of scale versus diseconomies of scale. Economies of scale versus diseconomies of scale. Now, my point is, right now, Virat is playing at, let us assume, he played 10 balls and he has scored 10 runs. So what is the strike rate? 100. That means 100 strike rate means if he has played 100 balls, then he's going to score 100 runs. But have you observed, this is the first phase of Virat Kohli. But the moment he is on the crease, he's comfortable with the environment. Now, next 10 balls, will he score 10 runs? No, he will score more runs. So, for example, 15 runs. Now, what is the strike rate? 150. Now, one moment will be there when he's really tired. Suppose he has already scored 120 runs. Now, he's really tired. Another 10 balls, he won't be able to score. The probability is that he may get out. So, suppose he scored only 7 runs. Now, my point is, as you played more balls, you're scoring more runs. This is known as economies of scale. As you played further more balls, you're scoring less runs. This is known as diseconomies of scale. Same way when you're studying. Initially, when I'm a teacher, now what you will observe, gradually my efficiency will increase. Let us assume till 1 hour, my efficiency will keep on increasing. But beyond 1 hour, my efficiency will start declining. So if efficiency is increasing, this will be known as economies of scale. If efficiency is reducing, this is known as diseconomies of scale. Same wise, now think from the point of view of cost. As we are producing more, cost should decline in case of economies of scale. As you are producing more, cost increases. This is known as diseconomies of scale. Now, right? Economies of scale. Right? Economies of scale. As we are producing more, 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 if cost per unit, underline the word cost per unit. If cost per unit declines, if cost per unit declines, it is known as economies of scale. On the contrary, on the contrary, on the contrary, on the contrary, if we produce more, on the contrary, if we produce more, if we produce more, per unit cost increases. Per unit cost increases. This is known as diseconomies of scale. Diseconomies of scale. One more point. If we produce more, per unit cost remains constant. Per unit cost remains constant. This is known as constant returns to scale. This is known as constant returns to scale. Constant returns to scale. Now write example. Now write output. Write as it is. Output units 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then write TC stands for total cost. 12, 18, 22, 27, 36, 47. Right till this point. Output 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. TC. Don't copy the remaining ones. TC 12, 18, 22, 27, 36, 47. Now, what is my output? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Till 5. What is my total cost? Now 12, 18, 22, 27, 36, 47. Now calculate AC. AC stands for average cost. Now how you're going to calculate it? So first remove this because 12 divided by 0. This is infinity or not defined. So don't calculate the first one. 18 divided by 1. 22 divided by 2. 27 divided by 3. 36 divided by 4. 47 divided by 5. 9.4. Now my point is, as I'm producing more, my cost is declining. So this phase is known as, this point is known as economies of scale. Now my point is, as I produce more, my per unit cost remains constant. This is known as constant return to scale. And my point is, as I'm producing more, my cost is increasing. This is known as diseconomies of scale. Please complete in totality. So one is economies of scale, one is constant returns to the scale, one is diseconomies of scale. If per unit cost is declining, economies. If per unit cost remains constant, constant returns. If per unit cost is increasing, this is known as diseconomies of scale. Am I clear with all the words? Next slide. Shape of concept number 3, shape of AC curve. AC stands for average cost curve, and relationship between AC and MC. MC stands for marginal cost. Shape of AC curve and relationship between AC and MC. Now write AC curve, AC average cost. It is the per unit cost. It is the per unit cost of manufacturing. It is the per unit cost of manufacturing. It is generally U-shaped. It is generally U-shape. It is generally U-shape. Now write output. Now write output. Write here cost. Now this is U-shape. Now my point is, as you are producing more, per unit cost is this phase, till this phase it is known as economies of scale. Now here cost remains constant. This is known as constant scales. Now as you're producing more, cost is increasing. This is known as, now right, till this point, economies of scale, constant return, and this phase is known as diseconomies of scale. So what we are trying to say, in the business, what happens? Gradually you become more efficient. Now my point is, today Domino's open at 10 a.m. You go and order one pizza, it will take 45 minutes. For the second pizza also it will take 45 minutes. No, now the oven is already heated up. Now it will take less time. But let us assume now it is 3 a.m. Now again they are going to take more of the time. So efficiency gradually increase, but then efficiency starts reducing. Next slide, MC curve. Marginal cost curve. It is the additional cost to manufacture one unit. Marginal cost. It is the additional cost to manufacture one quantity or one unit. It is also U-shape. It is also U-shape. Now again, write the previous example. Output. This output is in unit terms. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Write TC. Whatever the TC was, write AC, and then find out MC. So my TC was 12, 18, 22, 27, 36, 47. So this was undefined, not defined, 18, 11, 9, 9. Now my point is, what is the cost to manufacture one additional unit? 6. What is the cost to manufacture one more additional unit? 4. What is the cost to manufacture one more additional unit? 5. What is the cost to manufacture one more additional unit? What is the cost to manufacture one more additional unit? Am I clear how I have calculated MC? Am I clear how I have calculated MC? What is the cost to manufacture one additional unit? Now write here phase or write here remarks. Write here remarks. Now this is my first phase. This is my first phase. What happened in first phase? MC is less than AC. Please check. MC is less than AC. Now what will happen? AC will fall. Then this is my second phase. What is happening in second phase? MC is equal to AC. AC will be at minimum. And this is my third phase. What is happening in third phase? MC is greater than AC. AC will rise. Again, I want to repeat, this is very simple. If MC is lower, AC will fall. If MC is higher, AC will rise. Now my point is, first phase is known as economies of scale. Third phase is known as, and second phase is known as the point where cost is minimal. Again, I want to repeat, there are going to be three phases. First phase, MC is lower than AC. AC will fall. This is known as economies of scale. In the third phase, MC is greater than AC. AC will, this is known as diseconomies of scale. And second phase is a point where the cost will be minimal. Am I clear? Now, think logically. If I plot this on a graph paper, now this will be the shape of AC curve. This will be the shape of MC curve. MC will cut AC at its minimum point. This is the minimum point of AC. So MC will cut AC at its minimum. Please draw the graph. On X, there will always be output. On X, there will always be output. On Y, it is AC or MC. Shall I continue? Now mark this as which phase? This is which phase? This is first phase. That is economies of scale. This one is which phase? This is, yeah, मतलब मानते ही ऊपर ही जा रहा है. So this is your diseconomies of scale. So economies of scale and diseconomies of scale. Phase 1 and phase 3. So this much basic is required before I proceed further. So I want to repeat all the points. First, we covered there are two types of cost. One cost is known as variable. Another cost is known as fixed. Fixed costs remain fixed irrespective of how many quantities you are being able to manufacture and sold. Variable cost is dependent upon the number of output that you are going to sold. Then I say that what will be the shape of AC curve? AC curve will be U-shaped. Initially, cost will fall. This is known as economies of scale. Then cost will increase. This is known as diseconomies of scale. Same point we can prove with the help of AC and MC. AC stands for average cost per unit. MC stands for cost manufactured to one additional unit. Now my point is, if MC is less than AC, AC will fall. This is known as economies of scale. If MC is greater than AC, AC will, this is known as diseconomies of scale. Take 2 minutes. Please revise all the three concepts. Can you please tell how you have calculated MC? Please unmute once.
Yes, sir.
Now, as output increased by 1, cost increased by?
Sir, 6.
So 6 is the answer.
Okay,
As
sir.
output increased by 1, cost increased by?
Sir, 4.
4 is the answer.
Okay, sir. Got it. Thank you.
Shall I proceed? No, right. Concept number 4, law of demand. Concept number 4, law of demand. Concept number 4, law of demand and elasticity. And elasticity. And price elasticity. And price elasticity. Now, right, law of demand. If prices will increase, quantity demanded by consumer will fall and vice versa. As prices will increase, quantity demanded by consumer will fall and vice versa. It signifies there is a inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. Now, write here quantity demanded, write here price. Now, what should be the shape? Now, shape is going to be downward sloping. Shall I proceed? However, impact of price increase may be different. Now my point is, today 1 liter milk is for 60 rupees. Tomorrow the price will become 65. In your house, the quantity will fall. Do you think that it will fall significantly? Earlier, milk was for 60 rupees. Now milk is for 65 rupees. So by how much prices increase? In percentage terms, prices increase by almost 8 or 9%. In your house, consumption will fall, but will it fall significantly? Okay, same wise, petrol is for 100 rupees, it turned into 110. Again, your consumption will fall. You now may start using the metro or the bus, but will it fall significantly? No. Now, these products are known as necessities, or these products are known as non-discretionary. What is the meaning of non-discretionary? These consumptions are not within my control. So they have an inelastic demand. What is the meaning of inelastic? If price will increase, demand will fall, but demand will not fall significantly. This is known as inelastic. But on the contrary, if cars become expensive by 20%, now high probability is you're not going to buy the car. Car is not a necessity, but petrol is a necessity for running the factories. Same as milk is the necessity. Now my point is, if jewelry becomes more expensive, demand will fall significantly. They have which type of demand? They have elastic demand. These products are known as discretionary. Now my point is, I'm going to prove in my class, Pepsi, simply Pepsi. Pepsi has increased the prices by 17% last year. Discretionary, non-discretionary, that means necessity. It is necessity or it is sort of luxury product? It is necessity or it is a luxury product? Necessity or a luxury product? Now Pepsi, it is a necessity. Now it is necessity for those who consume Pepsi. I'm going to prove my point. If I download the annual report of Pepsi, now very carefully, they have increased the prices by, petrol means their chips business. They have increased the prices by 17%. What is the fall in demand? 0. Then for beverage business, they increase the price by, still they're able to maintain the growth. There's not a fall, there is a volume growth of 1%, defeating law of demand. Now, law of demand, where it will be defeated? It is probable that it will defeat in case of necessities. And yes, Pepsi is one of the necessities. Same by cigarette. If prices will increase, do you think that quantity will fall significantly? No, it is again a category of necessity. एक अच्छा सवाल बनता है, going forward, right now there is a problem of inflation globally. Now, what are the good sectors to invest into? We primarily invest into FMCG, where demand will not fall significantly. Real estate, demand will fall significantly. Somebody is manufacturing diamond, demand will fall significantly. Jewelry, demand will fall significantly. Watches, demand will fall significantly. But where the demand will not fall? Demand will not fall in case of necessities. Am I clear? Not right. Companies manufacturing product like tea, shampoo, soaps, etc. Tea, shampoo, soap, milk, etc. Impact of price increase. Impact of price increase on quantity demanded will be more or less? Yes. Will be less. Hence, price elasticity of these product is inelastic. Inelastic means if price increase, demand will not fall significantly. On the contrary, product like real estate, jewelry, cars have elastic demand. That is, if price increase, demand will fall significantly. Now, Tesla share price was $400. It fell in the market to a level of $100. On the contrary, Pepsi share price was 160. It remained constant at a price of 160. During the period of COVID, entire market was bleeding in red, except for one stock, that was Unilever. Unilever was at 2400. It touched 52-week high of 2600. Now, these products have inelastic demand. Am I clear with this? Next slide. Next concept type. Relationship between AR and MR. Relationship between AR and MR. Relationship between AR and MR. AR is average revenue per unit. AR is average revenue per unit. MR is additional revenue per unit of additional unit sold. MR is additional revenue per unit of additional unit sold. Now write example. Now copy this. Unit sold, price per unit. Copy unit sold, price per unit. I want all the three figures. TR stands for total revenue. AR stands for average revenue. MR stands for marginal revenue. So please copy unit sold, price per unit, and try to complete remaining three columns. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is the price? 0, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8. Try to complete remaining three columns. Units sold 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is the price per unit? 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8. Now help me with total revenue. What is the first total revenue? 0, 20, Then I want AR. Help me. Next, I want MR. Shall I proceed? Now draw the graph. Now draw the graph. Write output. Right here, MR, AR. Now, what should be the shape of AR curve? What should be the shape of AR curve? So AR is downward. It is also known as price. It is also known as demand curve. In order to sold more, you have to reduce the prices. Can I say it is AR? It is nothing but price. It is nothing but demand curve. Can I say so? Now my point is, at every level, MR is greater than AR, less than AR. If it is less, it will be towards the left hand side. If it is more, it will be towards right hand side. More or less. If it is less, then it have to be left hand side. This is MR. This is the point where MR is not right. Where MR is equal to 0, total revenue is maximum. Please check. When MR is equal to 0, is your total revenue maximum? And what is that maximum level? That is going to be 60. Now I want a summary. What we conclude? So summary is, number 1, if MC equal to AC, AC will be at its minimum. Second, we concluded, if MR equal to 0, total revenue will be maximum. Now below this write, what is the objective of business? What is the objective of business? Number 1, to maximize revenue. Number 2, to minimize cost. Number 3, to maximize profit. I want to give you 3 options: to maximize revenue, to minimize cost, to maximize profit. Now right. Objective of business is to maximize profit. And objective of economics is to produce till that level where cost is minimal. That is to produce till that level where MC is equal to AC. So business क्या चाहता है? To maximize profit. But what economics want? Economics deals with scarcity of resource. Economics wanted to produce till that level where cost is minimum. ठीक है? Now write example. Just copy output, price, TR, TC. Copy first 4 column. Copy first 4 column. Output, price, TR, TC. price, output price, TR, TC. Just copy first 4 column. Next column is profit. Calculate yourself. Profit is nothing but TR minus TC. Output price, TR, TC. Fifth column is profit. Calculate yourself. It is TR minus TC. Shall I start? Shall I start? Now, first one is output. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then price 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Now TR, simply multiply 8, 14, 18, 20. Now TC 6, 11, 15, 20, 26. Now profit. What is profit? Now the point is, till what level you will reduce? 2 or 3? 2 or 3? 2 or 3? Now my point is, if you produce 2 level, you are making a profit of 3. If you produce 3 output, then also you're making a profit of 3, 2 or 3. Now logic says 3. Now why 3? You're making same profit, but you're serving more customers. Now high probabilities from next time you're going to get more repeat orders. So I won't sell to 2 customers, I will sell to 3 customers. Now this is my profit maximization level. Now calculate MR, MC. What is MR? First one is 8, 6, 4, 2, 0. What is MC? 6. Now right. Profit will be maximum at a point where MR equal to MC. Now verify, am I getting the same answer? Now where MR is equal to MC, this is a point. So how much output you should manufacture? 3. What will be a profit? 3. So again I repeat, your revenue will be maximum at MR equal to 0. Your cost will be minimal at when MC is equal to AC. Your profit will be maximum at when MR is equal to MC. Now you want your level to be till MR equal to MC. But what economics want you to manufacture till that level where cost is minimum. Now write final summary. What is the shape of AC curve and MC curve? This is AC, this is MC. What is the shape of AR-MR? This is AR, this is MR. Please prepare both the summaries. Last point. Cost is minimal at. Revenue is maximum at. Profit is maximum at. Please write all the 3 points. Cost is minimal at MC equal to AC. Profit is maximum at MC equal to MR. Revenue is maximum at MR equal to 0.
सर एक बार थर्ड वाला वापस बता देना. MC equals to M.
Your cost is minimal.
Mm-hmm.
Cost is minimal at MC equal to MR, MC equal to AC.
Yes, and profit is
Revenue
maximum.
is maximum at
Mhm.
MR equal to 0.
Mhm.
Profit is maximum at MC equal to 7.
Yeah, ठीक.
Am I clear with all the points? This was covered in your class 12th economics. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Please revise in totality. So earlier, so in the last 1 hour, we have covered what we have covered in economics in class 12. Please revise this in totality. Please go through the shutdown points, the cost curves, revenue curves. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Is it visible? Answer question number 1. When loss will happen? When loss will be there? When loss will be there? So what is profit? Profit is TR minus TC. This is AR multiplied by quantity, AC multiplied by quantity. This is quantity AR minus AC. This is quantity. We just covered AR is also known as price minus AC. So when it will be negative? When AC is more than price. Please answer. Question number 1. Question number 1. Question number 2. You should operate in the short run till that time you're able to recover. Question number 3. Average revenue is greater than average variable cost. You're able to recover the variable cost, but you're not able to recover total cost. What should be the answer? You're able to recover the variable, but not able to recover total. Last one. You increase the production by 10%. Earlier you were manufacturing 100, now you're manufacturing 110. Your cost has increased per unit. Average cost has increased. This is known as diseconomies of. So answer to question number A is 1 is A, second is C, third is C, fourth is B. कर लीजिए एक बार go through कर लीजिए. ठीक है. So it is a part of your curriculum. So they have deleted lot many stuffs. We have covered only that is in new syllabus. Am I clear with all the 4? Now write forms of market. Write forms of market. or structure of market. Number one, perfect competition. Number two, monopoly. Number three, monopolistic competition. And number four, oligopoly. Oligopoly की स्पेलिंग क्या होती है? जो भी है ये ले लो, पॉली तो लिख ही लूंगा, तो ये ओलिगोपोली सही लिखा है, ठीक है। अब लिखेंगे परफेक्ट कंपटीशन। फीचर्स ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन, फीचर्स ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन, फीचर्स ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन। नंबर वन, large number of buyers and sellers, large number of buyer and seller. Number two, products are 100% homogeneous, product are 100% homogeneous, within bracket 100% identical. Third, easy to enter and exit the market. Easy to enter and exit the market. Now, can you give me any examples of perfect competition? Any example of perfect competition? Sabzi mandi will not be a correct answer because petrol is not a correct answer because again garment industry, Levi's ki jeans is equivalent to Pepe jeans is equivalent to the another brand of jeans. Everyone is selling all the jeans at the current same price, no volume discounts. Okay, now right. One more feature I forget. There will be no volume discounts. There will not be no volume discounts. Now, what is the meaning of volume discounts? One quantity 100, whether you buy one quantity, 100 quantity or 1000 quantity, there will not be any volume discounts. Now, right, example is dealers of Amul milk. Dealers of Amul milk. Now go back home. Let us assume that one milk is for 10 rupee. Hypothetically, I'm assuming it. One milk is for 10 rupee. Whether you buy 1 liter or you buy 10 liter, price per unit will remain constant. Now my point is, if you go to some other shop, will you give you any discounts? The best point is, even on DMart, you won't find any discounts on these dairy products. Now this is one example of perfect competition. So Amul milk is an identical product. All these shopkeepers are selling the same product. Nobody is going to have the pricing power. Plus nobody is going to give you any sort of volume discounts. Right? One more feature I forget. The buyers and sellers have perfect knowledge about the market. Now, let us assume in your house, your mother is buying the milk. Now, she will know the rate, what rate prevailing in the market. Same way, you will check the MRP. MRP, it is written 66. So, all the dealers are going to sell at 66. Now, check Swiggy, check Zepto, check Blinkit. All of you will selling the milk at a price of 66. There will not be any sort of volume discounts. Now, my point is, right, here the demand curve is going to be inelastic. Here the demand curve is going to be inelastic. And price is not determined by the seller, and price is not determined by the seller price is determined by the industry. Now, what I'm trying to say, for Amul milk, this is the demand curve. So if Amul keeps on increasing the price, quantity will fall. So this I'm talking from in totality Amul point of view. This is the supply of Amul. Amul will try to supply more quantity as price will increase because profit will increase. Now this point is known as, where both of them are intersecting, this is known as equilibrium. Now this is price P0. Now Amul will decide price is P0. Now all these sellers will sell at same price. Now my point is, whether you're buying one quantity, you're buying 100 quantity, it is immaterial. This is known as inelastic. Price will remain constant no matter how many quantities you want to sold. Price is inelastic, price is not changing. Now my point is, whether you buy 1 or 100, price will remain P0. Now this is right. This is for industry. All right, this is for Amul. Who has decided this? Amul has decided. And you are the seller. So seller will sell at price P0. How many quantities? Whether it is 1 quantity or 100 quantity, price will remain constant P0. Who has determined the price? Price is determined by industry. It is not decided by the seller. Please complete it. So what type of graph I want? Let me show a better one. So I want this sort of graph. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Not right. In perfect competition, MR curve will not be downward sloping. It will be horizontal. It will not be downward sloping. It will be horizontal. And only in case of perfect competition, only in case of perfect competition, MR is equal to AR. Now write example. Output 1, 2, 3, 4. Price, it is also known as AR. 10, 10, 10, 10. Total revenue 10, 20, 30, 40. Now my point is, what will be MR? What is MR? 10, 10, 10, 10. Now if I prepare the graph, this is my MR, this is my AR. How much? 10. No matter how much output you are selling. Now right, if seller increase price by 1 rupee. If seller increase price by 1 rupee, then he will not be able to sell even one quantity. He will not be able to sell even one quantity. Now this is known as elastic. I think मैंने यहाँ पे शायद inelastic नहीं, elastic. Here the demand is elastic. What is the meaning of elastic? That means power is not with the seller. Power is with the Amul, or power is with the industry. You do not have any power. If you try to increase price by 1 rupee, then how many quantity you will be able to sell? You will not be able to sell even a one quantity. This is known as elastic. Am I clear? Am I clear? Now, right. In the short run, there is a possibility of economic profit or economic losses. In the short run, there is a possibility of economic profit or economic losses. But in the long run, companies will able to meet or companies will able to earn normal profit. So again, I want to repeat the three words. One is economic profit, or economic profit is also known as abnormal profits. So आप profit भी कमा सकते हो. You could also be into losses. But what will happen in the long run? In the long run, you will earn only normal profit. Or alternative way to say this statement is economic profit will be zero. अब बच्चा क्या कहता है? If economic profit is zero, then what is the use of doing this business? In economic profit, we include our opportunity cost. For example, I'm working in EY. I get a salary of 9 lakh. This salary is also included. On my capital, I'm going to make 10% of my capital. That is also included. तो उसको layman terms में हम क्या बोलते हैं? Economics के terms में हम क्या बोलते हैं? Economic profit equal to zero. In this, opportunity cost is included. Now, why we are saying that in the long run, you cannot make abnormal profits? Because what will happen if today there are abnormal profits? What will happen? More players will come to the market. Eventually, the abnormal profits will turn out to be zero. Same ways, if there are losses, what will happen? The sellers will exit the market. Again, the existing one are going to make normal profit. Again, I want to repeat. Why we are saying that in the long run, there will be zero profits. Right now, there could be abnormal profits. What will happen? More players will come to the market. If there are losses, players are going to exit the market. Eventually, the existing are going to make only normal profit. Am I clear? Now, right, monopolistic competition. Now, right, monopolistic competition. Number one, large number of buyers and sellers. Large number of buyers and sellers. Large number of buyers and sellers. Now, second important point. Products are similar but not identical. Products are similar but not identical. Underline the word not identical. Products are similar, not identical. Within bracket, that is, products are differentiated. And this differentiation give some pricing power, and this differentiation give some pricing power to the seller. Now, what is the meaning of this line? Now, there's one soap by Patanjali, there is one soap by Unilever. Now, one soap by Unilever is Lux or Dove. Will Unilever say this soap is identical to Patanjali soap? Will they say that toothpaste by Unilever is identical to Patanjali? No. They say that in our toothpaste there is charcoal, there is salt, there is XYZ. The product is not same. Their work is same to clean the teeth, but the products are not identical. They are similar, because of which there is a pricing power. Now you go to the market, some soap will be available at 100 rupee, some soap will be available at 90 rupee, some soap will be available at 80. Now, why there is a differentiation? The differentiation is on account of because products are not 100% identical. Now, all my competitors are teaching CFA. Now, we never say that we teach in the similar manner. We say that these are the differentiating factors from my competition, because of which it gives me some sort of pricing power. What happens in perfect competition? You have zero pricing power. Here you have some pricing power. Next feature, easy entry and exit. Easy entry and exit. Easy entry and exit. Number 4, companies incurred advertisement cost. Companies incur advertisement costs. In perfect competition, there will not be any sort of advertising cost. Next, in the short run, companies may earn economic profit or economic losses. Economic profit or economic losses. However, in the long run, there will be zero economic profit, or companies will be making only normal profit. Companies will be making only normal profit. Now my point is, in the short run, company can make economic profit or economic losses. In the long run, there will be zero economic profit or there will only be normal profit. Now my point is this point similar to the perfect competition? Now the answer is no. Now think logically. Now how the 2 points are different, this is important. Please. Now help me. In perfect competition, this is the shape of AR, this is the shape of MR, correct? This is your cost curves. Now, where MC cuts MR, this is the point that I'm going to manufacture. This is my AR और ये मेरा AC है. So this will be my profit. What is profit? AR minus AC into quantity. मैंने कहा हो सकता है ये profit हो. If there will be economic profit, what will happen? More competition will come. Now, if more competition will come, what will happen? Now, right now, whatever the profits that I'm making, this profit will not be there. This profit will not be there. Now, this is MC, where MC cuts MR. This is the output. This is the price. Now, help me. Is AR and AC equal to each other? AC and AR equal to each other. So how much I'm making? Zero. No profit. Same happens in monopolistic also. But the problem in monopolistic is, what will be the shape of AR curve? AR downward sloping. Now this is my, let us assume this is my AC MC, and this is my MR. Now first we have to find a point where MR is equal to MC. There the point profit will be maximum. ये point आ गया. अब आपने कहा मैं कितना quantity sell करता हूं? Q0. Now what is the price I'm going to charge? This is the price and this is the cost. तो ये मेरा क्या हो जाएगा? ये मेरा क्या हो जाएगा? Profit. But now what happens in the long run? In the long run, आपको क्या होगा? Profits will be zero. That means ये कर्व इसके साथ काटेगा इसको. So AC और AR बराबर होंगे. The point of difference is perfect competition. Who is deciding the selling price? Industry. You left with no other option but to manufacture till that level where cost is minimal. But monopolistic competition में ये necessity नहीं है. You have to manufacture till that level where MC is minimal. You have to manufacture till that level where MC is equal to MR. So what is the difference? The only difference is in monopolistic competition, there will be inefficiency of resources. लेकिन perfect competition में क्या होगा? There will be efficient utilization of resource. So again, I want to repeat, I'm going to prove with the help of example. In perfect competition, who is determining the price? You left with no other option. To maximize the profit, you have to produce till that level where cost is minimal. But here you have pricing power. You will manufacture till that level where MC is equal to MR. You are not manufacturing till that level where AC is equal to minimal. This will lead to. Now let me prove with the help of example. Let me prove with the help of example. Now this is perfect competition. This is the price. Now this is my cost. First you have to find out where MR is cutting MC. कहाँ पे काट रहा है? E पे. तो आपने कहा how much output I will produce? M. How much price I will charge? P. Now my point is, at this point, what is AC? E1. What is AR? What is the profit? 0. But you're manufacturing at what level? Where cost is minimal. अब आप यहाँ पे आइए. First find out where MR is cutting MC. E. तो आपने कहा this will be my output. ऊपर गए, this will be my price. Now my point is where it is cutting AC. AC. T पे काटा. Where it is cutting AR. ये AR है. AR भी T पे, AC भी T पे. What is the profit? 0. But are you producing till this level? Are you producing till this level? No. This is known as inefficiency of resource. Again, I want to prove what is the difference. In both these scenarios, profit is 0. Whether it is perfect competition or monopolistic competition, profit is 0. The difference is, first find out where MC is cutting MR. What point? E. What is the output? Q. अब देखो AR को कहां पे काट रहा है, तो आपने का प्राइस हो जाएगा P. Now where it is cutting AC. ये AC कब है? AC को कहां पे काट रहा है? T पे. तो what is the profit? 0. But economics want you to produce till that level where cost is minimal. That is R. Where cost is minimal. But how much you are producing? Q. In both the cases, there is 0 economic profit. But the point is, in perfect competition, there is efficient utilization of resource. But in monopolistic competition, there is inefficient utilization of resource. Now, write an important point. In perfect competition, selling price is determined by industry. Hence, to maximize the profit, seller left with no other option. But to manufacture till that level where cost is minimal, leading to efficient utilization of resource. In monopolistic competition, firms have some pricing power. They will produce till that level where MC equal to MR. Not till that level where cost is minimal, leading to inefficient utilization. So important point is, in both the cases, profit is zero. But in one case, I'm manufacturing till that level where cost is minimal. In other, I'm producing till that level where MC is equal to MR, leading to inefficient utilization of resource. Same wise, if I come back to my example, now think logically, calculate here AC. आप नहीं कर रहे, सिर्फ मैं कर रहा हूँ. Calculate AC. 6, 5.5, 5, 5, 5.2. अब इकोनॉमिक्स क्या चाहती है, कितने लेवल ऑफ आउटपुट बनाओ? 4. आपने बनाए कितने थे? 3. Now company will think only to maximize the profit, but economics wants efficient utilization of resource. In case of perfect competition, you don't have the pricing power. You left with no other option but to manufacture till that level where cost is minimal. But here you have some pricing power. You will manufacture till that level where MC equal to M. Am I clear with this? Now write monopoly. How many sellers? Right. Number of seller is 1. Second important point. Can monopolies be in a loss in long run? Can monopolies be in a loss in long run? Answer it. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, right. Majorities of the monopolies in the long run incurred losses. Majority of the monopolies in the long run incurred losses. Now, this you may find contradictory, but you're not understanding why we allow there should be monopoly. Now, for example, DMRC. Delhi Metro. Is it a monopoly business? Is it a monopoly? Now tomorrow Reliance says, I want to set up one more Delhi Metro sort of business. Will government allow? Government will never allow this. If there will be competition to me, then how I'm going to recover this capex cost? But the objective of DMRC is not to make profit. Same wise, Indian Railway, objective is to make the profit. No, objective is to serve the society. Now, never give any private contract to any other player, but at the same time, I'm not going to charge significant prices. Why? Because the purpose is not to make profits. Purpose is to serve the society. Now, majority of the monopolies that you will find, that is because government is not allowing any other player to enter the business. And why government is not allowing any other business player? Because government has already incurred significant capex. Government want to recover that, plus government want to serve the society. Again, I want to repeat, why there is a monopoly? Because government is not allowing any other person to enter. Think logically, generally government wants there should be competition in the market. Why government wants to cut the competition? Because government has already incurred significant capex. Government want to recover that. Plus government does not want to take advantage of that. Government, the purpose is not to make profit, but the purpose is to serve the. Now, right? For example, Indian Railways. Government has already incurred significant capex. Government has already incurred significant capex. Government wants to recover the capex in the long run. At the same time, government wants to serve the society. Hence, high chances are they will be incurring losses. Now, at times, student gets confused Indian Railways with IRCTC. So IRCTC is not Indian Railways. It is the catering business of the railways business. Their objective is to make profit. But the objective of Indian Railways is not to make profit. The shops on Delhi metros, now Rajiv Chowk, you will find number of shops are there in the metro stations. Their objective is to make profit. But the objective of DMRC is not to make the profit. What DMRC is doing by charging the rentals, they are recovering the cost. But whatever you're paying for the metro, that is a very substantial rate. Now, my point is, if they're incurring losses, then how they're continuing the business? So they need a support from. So they used to have lot many subsidies from the government. तो गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है, इनके खर्चों को सर्व करती है, बट येस दे आर मेकिंग दी लॉसेस. Am I clear? Next slide, oligopoly. Next slide, oligopoly. Few numbers of seller. Significant barriers to enter and exit. Third, product may be differentiated or homogeneous. Products may be differentiated or homogeneous. Any example? Telecom, aviation, airlines business, petrol, where there are significant barriers. For example, telecom. Petrol refinery business, BPCL, Hindustan Petroleum, IOCL, comma, airlines, automobile, airlines, steel, etc. Next slide. Government should promote Question is there. Government should promote more competition, less competition. Government should promote more competition, less competition in economy. Now, right? Government always want more competitors. Government always want more competitors in the economy. Now, need not to write by why government wants more competitors, so that there should not be pricing power with a single seller. Now, if there will be more sellers, then there are going to be a price war, and that I want for the benefit of my consumer. Now, my point is, let us assume today HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank says we are going to merge with each other. Generally, you need a approval from CCI, Competition Commission of India. Will CCI gives approval for merger of ICICI and HDFC? Will it gives the approval? Tomorrow, Tata Motors and Maruti Suzuki says we are going to merge with each other. Will CCI give competition? Will give approval? Answer is no. Now we are going to check one ratio. That is one HHI and N concentration. Now write N concentration ratio. Write N concentration ratio. Write N concentration ratio. ये रहा. N firm concentration ratio and HHI index. ये HHI का full form है, तो लिख लेना तो. Okay. N firm concentration ratio and HHI index before taking merger approval. Before taking merger approval. Now, if this number changes significantly, then government does not give the approval for merger. So what is there in level 1? Only the calculations are there. The interpretation you will cover in level 2. But point to be noted, if this index increase significantly, then government will not give the approval. Now, right, example, copied as it is. Copy as it is. Firm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Market share 30, 25, 15, 12, 8, 5, 5. Total 100. Shall I proceed? Now what question says, right, calculate 4 firm concentration ratio. Simply, what is the market share of first 4 players? 30%, 25%, 15%, plus 12%. What is the answer? 27, 52, 82. लिख लीजिए. Now question says, first 2 firm gets merged. What is new 4 firm concentration ratio? Now, if these 2 firms get merged, this will be number 1. What will be market share now? Now, right, 55% plus 15 plus 12 plus this will be 90%. Easy the calculations. अब आप क्या करोगे? In HHI, you don't add up simply. You take the square and then add. So this will be 0.3 ka square plus 0.25 ka square plus 0.15 ka square plus 0.12 ka square. Here what you will do, 0.55 ka square, 0.15 ka square, 0.12 ka square, 0.08 ka square. Help me with both the numbers. 0.3169. Here it will be point. गलत है मेरे हिसाब से. गलत है. लास्ट वाला सही है, ये वाला गलत है. इट शुड बी 0.1894. Please calculate both the numbers. Please calculate both the numbers. Now my point is, N firm earlier was 82, now it has not increased significantly. But HHI earlier was 0.18, now it has increased almost 100%. It has increased almost 100%. Is it increasing significantly? Now, if it increased significantly, that means two big firms are going to merge. Will CCI gives the approval? No, not right. Problem or right benefit of HHI over N firm. Benefit of HHI over N firm. HHI captures the impact of merger. If it increase significantly, that signifies two big firms are getting merged, and CCI, Competition Commission of India, and CCI will not give, and CCI will not give the approval. Now point is, N firm कोई भी use नहीं करता because N firm has not increased significantly, but HHI has increased significantly, and high probability is you will not get the approval. Okay. Now please check the calculations. And go through this commentary. This is important. Calculations are not testable. Commentary is more important. Am I clear with the conclusion? Shall I proceed? Now, question number 1. What is the advantage of HHI over N firm? What is the answer? It is more sensitive to mergers. That means it will change significantly if two companies are getting merged. What should be the answer to question number 2?
Sir, C. Monopolistic competition.
Easy to enter, close or good substitutes, some pricing power, marketing is there. Which type of structure it is?
Monopolistic competition.
Am I clear with both? Answer is C and C. Shall I proceed? Here. Now, question number 1.
B. The availability of many close subsystems.
इलास्टिक का मतलब है कीमतें बहुत बढ़ाई तो डिमांड बहुत चेंज हो जाएगी. ऐसा क्यों है? अगर कल कोको कोला या कल कोलगेट अपनी कीमतें बहुत बढ़ाएगा तो डिमांड क्यों बहुत ज्यादा गिर जाएगी? There are substitutes available. People will start consuming the toothpaste of Patanjali. What should be the answer? B. Why it is elastic? That means more impact on the demand because substitutes are available. Same wise, if I right now I'm charging 30,000, tomorrow I increase the price to 80,000. Will you buy my course? Because close substitutes are available. Question number 2. Think logically. Question number 2 is a double star one. Compared to perfect competition, what is the characteristics of monopolistic competition? Now my point is, in monopolistic, you have the pricing power. So will you charge high or low? Slightly higher. But demand is elastic. You cannot charge very high, but slightly high because you have some pricing power. But quantity sold to be lower. You will not manufacture till that level where cost is minimal. Inefficiency of utilization. What should be the answer? B. So answer is B. बच्चे कह रहे हैं सी. क्वांटिटी हायर कैसे हो सकता है? हमने ये पॉइंट करा था. नाउ मोनोपोलिस्टिक, और यही अगर परफेक्ट होता तो आप कहां तक पढ़ाते? परफेक्ट में आर तक. मोनोपोलिस्टिक में quantity is more or less, quantity is less, prices. So what should be the answer? B. Am I clear with this? हाँ. मैंने ये नहीं कहा लॉन्ग रन में लॉस मेकिंग होगी. दैट इज फॉर मोनोपोली, दैट इज नॉट फॉर मोनोपोलिस्टिक. In monopolistic, we have written in the long run, you're going to earn zero economic profit or you're going to earn normal profit. Losses wala point was in case of monopoly. Answer question number 3. Answer question number 3. Answer question number 3. Where profit will be maximum?
Sir, C. Marginal cost equals marginal revenue.
Question number 4. What are the features of oligopoly industry? ये कैसे हो सकता है? ए फ्यू का होता है सिग्निफिकेंट. आप पेट्रोल का बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर सकते हो. अभी हम पढ़ेंगे. There is going to be greater interdependence. Now, what is the meaning of interdependence? Before launching a car by Tata Motors in the same segment where Maruti is there, we will check at what price it is selling. Same wise, are Airtel and Jio significantly dependent upon each other? The moment Jio will increase the price, Airtel will also increase the price. So this we have to cover it. Okay. Skip question number 5. Skip question number 6. एक बार 1 to 4 गो थ्रू करिए. बोलिए. बोलो बोलो बोलो. फिर कर लो टेलीकॉम का बिजनेस. टेलीकॉम के बिजनेस में लाइसेंस चाहिए होता है. आप पेट्रोल क्यों नहीं बेच रहे हो? अगेन आपको क्या चाहिए? तो फ्यू का हुआ, सिग्निफिकेंट बैरियर्स हुए ना. बैरियर्स का मतलब बाधाएं. बाधाएं ज्यादा है या कम है? तो फ्यू कहां से हुआ? सिग्निफिकेंट बाधाएं हुई ना. क्या लिखा हुआ है? मतलब इजी टू एंट्री. इजी एंट्री नहीं है यहाँ पे. क्या है? बाधाएं बहुत ज्यादा है. एक बार सारा गो थ्रू कर लीजिए. Am I clear with all examples? Compared to perfect, monopolistic में क्या होगा? Compared to विराट, विकास is fatter. तो विकास मोटा है. तो कह रहे रोहित, विराट पतला है. विराट की नहीं बात कर रहा, विकास क्या है? तो किसकी बात कर रहा है? मोनोपोलिस्टिक क्या है? अगला अंग्रेजी का डाउट. चलिए कर लो. चलिए. नाउ राइट. मॉडल्स अंडर ओलिगोपोली. Models under oligopoly. Now write first one. Write first one. Dominant firm model. Now write the first one. Dominant firm model. These are the models under oligopoly. Write the first one. Dominant firm model. Now my point is, if I talk about India automobile industry, is it similar to oligopoly? Significant barriers to entry, few numbers of sellers. Is it oligopoly, Indian automobile sector? Now my point is, who is the market leader in automobile? So the market leader is Maruti. Now what is the Maruti market share? Maruti's market share is 54%. Now what is the meaning of this? If totality, the revenue is 100 rupees of all the cars, what is the revenue of Maruti? Maruti revenue is 54 rupees. It is the market leader in passenger vehicle. Now my point is, Maruti is selling the highest number of cars in the market. और क्या रोड्स पे भी एविडेंट है, हर दूसरी गाड़ी टाटा की है या मारुति की है? Plus your father, if he want to buy a new car, first car preference is Maruti. Correct? Now my point is, think logically. Maruti's per unit cost, more or less. Maruti per unit cost will be less on account of economies of scale. And now they launch Alto at price of 5 lakh rupees. Tata Motor is also coming up with a new car in the same segment. Now my point is, will they keep into consideration the price of 5 lakh? Will it be significantly lower than 5 lakh or higher than 5 lakh? For Tata, lower, higher? Now it cannot be lower because your manufacturing cost is higher. You cannot compete. Aapki zyada hogi. But can you keep the price at 7 lakh rupees? If the price will be 7, you won't be able to compete. If price will be low, you will end up into losses. Now what is your price? Your price will be slightly higher than 5 lakh rupees. Now right here, in this model, price is determined by the market leader. Price is determined by market leader. And the other players in the industry. Launch their product close to the price of market leader. Now double star point. Next point, double star. Tata Motors cannot launch a car at a price less than Maruti because their manufacturing cost is higher. To compete well with Maruti, Tata will try price to be slightly higher. Again, I want to repeat, if you want to compete, आपने कम prices कम रखेंगे. You cannot keep the prices low because you end up into losses because your manufacturing cost is higher. So your price will be slightly higher. It will not be lower. Now, I'm going to show you the graph. Graph is not important, but try to understand. This is the graph. Now, please. Now, the black lines are for the industry. I'm talking about total automobile industry. Now, first is, this is the demand of industry. And all the green data is for Maruti. Now, first Maruti will check where MR is equal to MC. This is MR, this is MC. Where they're cutting each other at this point. Now, how much quantity Maruti will manufacture? QDC. At what price it will launch? PDC. Now, what is the total demand by the sector? That is Q1. Now, my point is, this much is fulfilled by Maruti. Remaining is fulfilled by other players. Now, my question is very simple. Now, look into the gap. The gap is important. Now, gap is important. This is entire market. This is Maruti. If you try to keep the prices very low, Maruti share will increase. Why Maruti shares will increase? Because your manufacturing cost is higher. You will not be able to compete. Eventually, you will exit the sector. Any company which have exit the automobile sector in India? Ford चली गई, Chevrolet चली गई, और भी companies जाती रहेंगी. If you try to have a fight on pricing, then you cannot compete with Maruti Suzuki. So what is the meaning of dominant firm model? Who will determine the price? Maruti. You have to replicate it. Your prices cannot be lower. Your prices have to be slightly higher. So this is dominant firm model. Am I clear? Not right? In this model, over the period of time, automatically, profits of Maruti will reduce. कहना क्या चाहता है? आप सर्वाइव कर लीजिए, सर्वाइव कर जाएंगे तो मारुति के प्रॉफिट कम हो जाएंगे. On the contrary, if competitors reduce the price, they end up into losses and have to exit the market. As a result, market share of Maruti will further increase. So I want to conclude. This model is saying just survival is important. If you are able to survive, your market share will increase. But if you want a pricing war, then you cannot compete with Maruti Suzuki. But the other players should have significant market share. Yes, Maruti Suzuki is having 54% of market share. Am I clear with this? This is not applicable on telecom. In telecom, this is not important. Why? Because Jio and Airtel are having an equal share. This is only when one player is having significant market share. Next slide. Kink demand curve. This is relevant for Jio and Airtel. Right? Kink demand curve. Right? Kink demand curve. अच्छा, any example for dominant firm model? कोई और sector अगर आपको समझ आ रहा है? The another sector is milk sector. Who is the market leader? Now, the day Amul will increase the price, what you will find on that particular day, the prices of Ananda is listed, or the another dairies, their price will start increasing. Why? Now, once Amul has increased the price, the other player will also increase their price. Same way for butter. Who is the market leader? Amul. Once Amul increase the price, others are going to replicate. ठीक है, किसी में पावर नहीं है हमारे डेयरी सेक्टर में कि पहले वो प्राइसेस इंक्रीज करे. पहले हमेशा प्राइस कौन इंक्रीज करता है? अमूल करता है. सेम वाइज गाड़ी में भी पहले प्राइस कौन इंक्रीज करता है? मारुति करता है. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट राइट. किंक डिमांड कर्व. This model is relevant. When firms are having same market share. Example, Coke and Pepsi. This model is relevant when firms are having close market share, example Pepsi and Coke. Here, demand curve more elastic above current price and less elastic below current price. More elastic, less elastic. As a result, there is a break in MR. As a result, there is a break in MR. Now, need not to write, just understand. Now, what I'm trying to say. Now, let us assume price is P0 and quantity is Q. Now, suppose tomorrow Pepsi decided that I want to reduce the price. If Pepsi reduce the price, quantity demanded will increase. This is the opinion of Pepsi. Now, what will happen? Coke will also replicate. If Coke also reduce the price, Coke will also reduce. Now, my point is, do you think that whatever Pepsi was thinking, कि इतनी demand बढ़ेगी, that will increase? Elastic, inelastic. Demand कम बढ़ी, less elastic. क्योंकि Coke ने भी कीमतें क्या कर दी? कम कर दी. But at the same time, if Pepsi increase the price, quantity demand will fall. Thinking that Coke will also replicate. Coke ने replicate नहीं करा. Coke ने price increase नहीं करा. Will quantity fall? जितना मैंने सोचा था ये ज़्यादा. That means elastic, inelastic. Now write a point. Here, this happens because the moment Pepsi reduce the price, in order to sold more, the moment Pepsi reduce the price, in order to sold more, Coke will also reduce the price, and hence demand for Pepsi will not increase significantly. Elastic, inelastic? Inelastic. Demand for Pepsi will not increase significantly, within bracket, inelastic. On the contrary, if Pepsi increase the price, quantity demanded will fall, but Coke does not replicate price increase. This will lead to fall in demand for Pepsi even more, within bracket, elastic. So again, I want to repeat what Kink model is saying. Pepsi is having 50% market share, assume that. Coke is also having 50% market share. Now tomorrow Pepsi decided that I want to reduce the price to increase the market share. Coke will also reduce the price. Now whatever increase you were thinking, will this happen? So inelastic. On the contrary, if you increase the price, your demand will fall. but your competitor has not replicate. This time he has not replicate. Fall will be more or less. Hence, it will be more elastic. Now, what type of shape it will form? It will form a shape of king. This is known as king. Now, what is the meaning of this? If you increase the price, this is elastic. Quantity will fall more. अगर आप कर्व को ध्यान से देखिएगा, एक सेकंड. This is my price. This is my quantity. Now, if price is P0, I increase the price to P1. Now, earlier it was Q0, Q1. Now, compare the gap. Is gap in fall is more? क्या क्वांटिटी ज्यादा से गिर रही है? इलास्टिक. अब ध्यान से देखना. On the contrary, if I reduce the price, now I reduce the price to P2, quantity will increase to P2. Now it is more or less same, but here quantity will fall more. If quantity fall more, this is known as elastic. If it increase less, then it is inelastic. So am I clear? What is the meaning of king? Price increase, more elastic. Price reduce, quantity will not increase significantly. Clear? Next, write Nash equilibrium. Nash equilibrium. Nash equilibrium. Now write as it is. Write as it is and prepare this graph. This is the one where majority of you will give me an incorrect answer. This is one of the confusing area. So write as it is. Markets are interdependent, but their actions are non-cooperative. They do not conclude to maximize profit, and make this table. This is important from exam point of view, and high probability you will give me an incorrect answer. Testable double star. Shall I start? Shall I start? Now this is important. Now let me prepare the table. This is my first part. This is my second part of the table. This is my third part. And this is my fourth part of the table. Now, in the first part, company A is charging lower price. Profit is 60 rupees. Company B is charging lower price. Profit is 90. Then company A lower price. Profit is 100. Company B higher price. Profit is 0. Then company A higher price. Profit is 600. Company B profit is high price. Profit is 400. Then company A higher price. Profit is 400. Company B lower price. Profit is 450. आप प्रॉपर्ली ड्रॉ कर रहे हैं, मेरे को रेप्लिकेट नहीं करना था, इसको करना था. चलो. Now, what is the meaning of Nash equilibrium? Nash equilibrium means companies are interdependent. but each company will think for its own benefit. Again, I want to repeat the tagline. Markets are interdependent. Companies will think for their own benefit. Company will think for their own benefit. Now my point is, suppose that you are company A. Suppose you are company A. What should be your strategy to charge high price or low price? To charge high price, low price. Your objective is to maximize the profit. What should be your strategy? Now, if you charge low price, your profit is 60. If you charge low price, your profit is 100. If you charge high price, profit is 600. If you charge high price, profit is 400. Now, what should be your strategy? Your strategy should be to charge high price. तो बच्चे ने कहा आप नहीं लिख रहे हैं, my strategy is to charge high price. Now, given that strategy of A is higher price, यहाँ पे भी higher है, यहाँ पे भी higher है. What should be strategy of B? What should be strategy of B? What should be strategy of B? High price 400, low price 450. Low price. अब ध्यान से देखना. Now we move out of this area. Now we are entering this area. Correct? Correct? Now B is charging lower price. What should be strategy for A? High price 400. High price 400. Low price 60. High price. अब मैं कहां पे आ गया? अब मैं यहां पे आ गया. अब given that A charge high price, what should be the price for B? आप बार बार एक ही क्वाड्रेंट पे वापस आ रहे हैं. This is quadrant 1, this is quadrant 2, this is quadrant 3, this is quadrant 4. किस क्वाड्रेंट पे बार बार आए जा रहे हैं? मैं फिर से रिपीट करूंगा. फिर से. What should be strategy for A? So ये हाई है. आपने कहा मैं यहां पे ऑपरेट करना चाहता हूं. If your strategy is high price, here it is high, here it is high. What should be strategy for B? Low price. तो आप यहां से निकल चुके हो. अब आप यहां पे आ गए. Low price. Now here it is low, low. What should be strategy for A? जहां पे ये दो बार टिक टिक हो जाए, ये वापस यही आ गया. This is going to be the answer. Now what is the answer? Where you want to operate? You want to operate at fourth quadrant. Now what should be strategy for A to charge high price? What should be strategy for B? Lower price. Am I clear with this? अभी करवाऊंगा एक. Am I clear with this? Now right. If there is, अच्छा अभी मेरे साथ हो गया. आगे दो एग्जाम्पल आप नहीं कर पाओगे, पता नहीं क्यों नहीं कर पाते हो. ठीक है. हिंट बड़ा ही सिंपल है. जहां पे वापस से आ गए वही क्वार्टर आंसर है. ठीक है ना. राइट. इफ देयर इज नो कोलिसिव एग्रीमेंट, if there is no collusive agreement, if there is no collusive agreement, which is generally जो कि होता है, आपस में कोई collusive agreement नहीं होता लोगों के बीच, then strategy for A to B to charge high price, and strategy for B to B to charge lower price. By doing so, profit of A would be 400 and profit of B would be 450. Clear? Now we are doing two questions. I'm pretty confident that you're going to give me an incorrect answer. ये लाइन मैंने नहीं सिखाई. कोऑपरेटिव का मतलब क्या है अभी सिखाऊंगा. मैंने कोलिसिव कंक्लूड के वर्ड्स का मतलब नहीं सिखाया है, येट टू बी कवर्ड. Shall I proceed with example? Shall I proceed with next example? Answer it. Let me help you. There is one company, Sigma, strategies prop or open. There is one company, Theta, strategy could be open or prop. This is quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4, where both the firms should operate. No collusive agreement. What is the meaning of collusive? I am not covering it. आप एक ही क्वाड्रेंट पे बार बार जंप करते रहोगे. क्वाड्रेंट 1, 2, 3, 4. क्या आंसर? कुछ बच्चे फर्स्ट बोल रहे हैं, कुछ बच्चे जूम के 2 बोल रहे हैं और कुछ 4 बोल रहे हैं. चलो, कुछ 3 बोल रहे हैं. चलिए, प्लीज ड्रॉ इट इन योर नोटबुक्स. ना दी बेस्ट पार्ट इज कि सेकंड एग्जांपल भी हो जाएगा, फिर थर्ड भी आप गलत दोगे. ओके, चलिए. Shall I start? Now, first one, it is SO 400 and TO 600. This is my first quadrant. Then my second quadrant is SP 650, TO 700. Then this is my third, SP 600, TP 400. And my fourth quadrant is SO 800, TP 300. Now, where the profit is maximum? Which one is maximum? S के लिए strategy होनी चाहिए O, correct? So आपने कहा, assuming that your company is, your strategy should be O, profit is 800. Now please highlight this part. कैसे भी highlight कर दो, कुछ पेंसिल से कर लो या सर्कल बना लो, कुछ भी कर लो, सर्कल बना लीजिए. चलो आगे. Given that S is O, what should be strategy for T? P पे 300 है, O पे 600 है. P पे 300 है, O पे 600 है. What should be strategy for T? O. Now आप O पे आ गए. 700 कहां से बेटा? 600, 300. अब इन दोनों को कंपेयर करो ना बेटा. एस ओपन है, वहां पे कहां चले गए आप? फिर यहां पे तो एसपी हो गया ना. आपने कहा मैं एस हूं, मैं ओपन रखूंगी. अब मैं टी हूं तो मेरे लिए स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होनी चाहिए? टी के लिए ओ, करेक्ट है. शैल आई प्रोसीड? नाउ कट दिस पार्ट. दैट मींस दिस क्वार्टर विल नॉट बी द आंसर. This quarter will not be the answer. Shall I proceed? Now, TO. What should be strategy for S? What should be strategy for S? T. अब आप कहां पे आ गए? यहां पे आ गए. Even this quarter is not the answer. Now, given that S is P, what should be strategy for T? दोनों कलर आ गए, यही आंसर है. एक की ये स्ट्रैटेजी है, तो मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? अब ओपन थीटा क्या, ये नहीं पता. हाई प्राइस लो प्राइस कुछ उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी है, आपको अपने मुनाफे मैक्सिमाइज करने हैं. इस ओपन को आप पढ़ लो हाई प्राइस और लो प्राइस. ठीक है. अब बच्चा कह रहे हैं ये थीटा और सिग्मा क्या है? बियॉन्ड माय स्कोप. फिर से हिंट क्या है, ध्यान से देखिएगा. आपको क्या चाहिए? दो सर्कल. जहां पे दो सर्कल हो गए वही आंसर है. फिर से रिपीट करते हैं. नाउ लेट मी डू इट इन अनदर वे. योर कंपनी टी, व्हाट शुड बी द स्ट्रैटेजी? व्हाट शुड बी द स्ट्रैटेजी? योर कंपनी टी, ये होगा. अब यहां पे TO 700, यहां पे भी TO है. योर कंपनी एस, व्हाट शुड बी योर स्ट्रैटेजी? दोनों कलर आए, यही आंसर है. फिर से करूं लास्ट टाइम. अब मैं वापस से अज्यूम करता हूं कंपनी एस, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रैटेजी? इसको सर्कल करिए. नाउ दिस इज SO. व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर T? लास्ट स्टूडेंट, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर T? O. तो अब आप इस क्वार्टर में आ गए बेटा. इस पे क्या करने का? ये आंसर नहीं. नाउ गिवन दैट दिस इज TO, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर SP? तो मतलब ये आंसर नहीं है. अब ये SP. नाउ गिवन दैट SP, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर T? ये वापस से सर्कल लग गया. तो कौन सा आंसर है? आंसर इज सेकंड क्वार्टर. क्लियर है? नादीप, ये दो एग्जांपल हो गए हैं. आई एम मूविंग टू थर्ड एग्जांपल. बेस्ट पॉइंट है वो भी नहीं होगा. ठीक है, एक बार ये कर लीजिए प्लीज. जूम वालों ने सबने ऑलमोस्ट करेक्ट दिया था. क्लास में पता नहीं 1 3 4 आ गए. Now, where this is followed in case of Airtel and Jio. Now, what is the Jio strategy? Jio says that my strategy is to remain to charge low price. Now, what should be strategy for Airtel? So, फिर Airtel ने अपनी strategies को find out करा. Even Airtel what decided that to compete with Jio, I have to keep my prices low. अब same wise, physics वाला has announced coaching for IAS. They have kept the price at 4,000. There the market leader is Drishti. They are charging 4 lakh. They say that we are going to maximize the profit by not reducing the fees. So that depends upon sector to sector. Telecom, Airtel was reduced. Airtel was forced to reduce the prices. But physics wala is not in a position to reduce the price for Drishti. So that again depends from sector to sector. अब दृष्टि के ओनर्स ने सोचा अगर हमने प्राइस कम कर दी, that's going to impact our quality. So we are not going to reduce the price. Same wise, I was having word with my management. Physics wala is planning to enter into CFA also at 3,500. So what would be our counterpoint? Our counterpoint will still remain that we are going to charge higher price. तो अब सेक्टर टू सेक्टर ये डिपेंड करेगा. ठीक है, एक कंपनी ये कर रही है तो आपको क्या करना चाहिए. ठीक है, बट इन रियल लाइफ इट इज very difficult because you don't have all these figures. Assuming that these figures are there, then you have to decide your strategy. Can you start? Now I'm moving to the last one. Question number 6. Now let me help you. First one is Germany complies. Germany will get 8. France complies. France will get 8. Then Germany defaults. Germany will get 10. France complies. They will get 2. Then it is France default, they will get 10. Germany complies, they will get 2. Then it is France default, they will get 4. Germany default, they will get 4. Quadrant 1, 2, 3, 4. कर लीजिए, गोले गोले बना दीजिए। जब तक गोले नहीं बना रहे आंसर नहीं आएगा, देखिए गलत आएगा। हिंट है, आंसर 1 गलत है। Which one? France default 4, Germany default 4. Okay. Achha, let me give you one hint. Majority of you will answer quadrant A, which is an incorrect answer. Chaliye. Now, assuming that I'm Germany, so where I'm making the most profit if I default, correct? Now, given that Germany default, यहाँ पे भी default है, यहाँ पे भी default है, what should be strategy for France? अब मैं इधर आ गया, इस क्वाड्रेंट पे क्या कर दूं? ये तो नहीं है। Now, given that France default, what should be strategy for Germany? 2 कलर जहां मैच करे वही आपका क्या है? So answer is third quadrant. अब मैं ये नहीं समझा पाता कि ये कलर कलर में मैच कैसे नहीं करवा पा रहा। फर्स्ट पे आप आए कैसे, मेरे को तो यही नहीं समझ आ रहा। चलो, जहां से आप बोलोगे मैं वहां से स्टार्ट करूंगा। चलिए, फ्रांस डिफॉल्ट, करेक्ट। इफ फ्रांस डिफॉल्ट, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर जर्मनी? फिर ऊपर गए कैसे तुम लोग? तो आप ही ने कहा जर्मनी डिफॉल्ट, अब ये आंसर नहीं हो सकता ना। इफ जर्मनी डिफॉल्ट, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर फ्रांस? जहां पे 2 मैच करे वो आंसर है। कर लीजिए, एक बार प्रैक्टिस कर लीजिए। मेरे पास और एग्जांपल नहीं है, होते तो मैं प्रीटी कॉन्फिडेंट था, वो भी आप गलत ही देते। एक और बार कहां से स्टार्ट करूं, जहां से आप बोलेंगे। चलिए, बच्चे ने कहा एक बार फर्स्ट से स्टार्ट तो करो, हमने फर्स्ट करा है तो फर्स्ट से स्टार्ट कर लो। चलो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। नाउ फर्स्ट वन सेज, अब लूं क्या? जर्मनी कंप्लाइंस, ये चाहते हो? चलिए, जर्मनी कंप्लाइंस, जर्मनी कंप्लाइंस, जर्मनी कंप्लाइंस, करेक्ट। व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर फ्रांस? क्वार्टर छोड़ा, जैसे ही आपने क्वार्टर छोड़ा ये तब आंसर नहीं बना, करेक्ट है। आप बताइए, फ्रांस डिफॉल्ट, फ्रांस डिफॉल्ट, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर जर्मनी? अब ये आंसर नहीं बनता। जर्मनी डिफॉल्ट, जर्मनी डिफॉल्ट, व्हाट शुड बी स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर फ्रांस? कलर मैच, यही आंसर। ठीक है, अब ये प्रैक्टिस कर लीजिए। हाँ बोलो, हाँ हाँ, जैसे जैसे आप छोड़ते जा रहे हो वो क्वार्टर, वो आंसर नहीं होते थे। हाँ, जहां पे दोनों टक टक करे वही आंसर है। अब टक टक को कैसे बोलेंगे समझ लो, ठीक है। चलिए, now right, now right, what will happen, now right, what will happen if there is collusive agreement? What will happen if there is collusive agreement? Within bracket, not testable. Within bracket, not testable. That means in the interview, in the question, in the exam, whatever the questions will be there, there is no collusive agreement. What will happen if there is collusive agreement. Again, prepare this table. Again, prepare this table. Again, prepare this table. उसी के नीचे अब उस जहां बनाया था वहीं पीक कर रहे हैं, वापस से नीचे बनाओ। तुम्हारा भविष्य मुझे, बच्चे ने जहां बनाया था वहीं चला गया है कि साला वापस कह रहे तो यहीं बना लेता हूँ। Let's start. Now my point is, we decided that we will operate here, correct? We decided that we want to operate at fourth quadrant. But my point is, where the profit of A is maximum? It is maximum in third quadrant, correct? It is maximum at third quadrant. Now my point is, I request company B to operate at third quadrant. I go to company B, I request him, let's do a partnership and you operate at third quadrant. Now what company B will say, by operating at quadrant 3, I will be at a loss of 50. मैं इसलिए फोर्थ में ऑपरेट करना चाहती हूँ. Now company A says, okay, operate at quadrant 3, I'm going to give you 51 rupee. Now my point is, ये 51 मेरे से कम हो कर दो. What will be my profit? 49. What will be profit of B? Now my point is it win-win for both of them? Now this happens in case of telecom sector earlier. Neither Vodafone was reducing the price nor Airtel. And who forced Vodafone not to reduce the price? That was Airtel. दोनों के बीच क्या था? Collusive agreement था. What was the agreement? Both of us are going to charge the higher price. Whatever the loss is going to be, Airtel, you are going to compensate me. Now my point is, what is the meaning of collusive agreement? Collusive agreement means let's work together. Whatever your loss will be, I'm going to compensate that. Now this is against competition. Government will never want this. It should be there. Any practical example of this? Answer is OPEC. OPEC is a cartel where they try to inflate the prices of oil by reducing the production. कुछ गल्फ कंट्रीज हैं, वो क्या करती हैं, जानबूझ के तेल की प्रोडक्शन को कम कर देती हैं ताकि तेल की कीमतें क्या हो जाए, बढ़ जाए. Now this is against competition. Now this is known as collusive agreement. Now what is the meaning of collusive agreement? Let's work together. Now right here, company B will try to operate at quadrant 4. But company A wants company B to operate at third quadrant. By doing so, B will be at a loss of 50 rupees. To compensate, A willing to pay 51. To compensate, A willing to pay 51. New profit of B would be 400 plus 51, 451. And A would be 600 minus 51 equal to 549. This collusive agreement is against competition. is against competition and illegal in majority of the countries. And illegal in majority of the countries. We want there should be more competition. This is not promoting competition. This is restricting the competition. Next, right? If it is legal, when there will be collusive agreement? If it is legal, when there will be collusive agreement? Number one, few firms in the industry. Number one, few firms in the industry. Number two, have similar market shares. Third, products are homogeneous. Next, retaliation पता नहीं, अब यही होनी चाहिए। सही लिखा मैंने? एक मिनट रुको, फिर श्वेतर से देख लेते हैं। काय को आप बच्चों को गलत लिखवा दे, ये चाहता था मैं। ठीक है, रिटेलिएशन is more severe. Now, what is the meaning of retaliation? Now, retaliation means if you increase the price, then I am also going to take the corresponding work. अब अगर आपने कुछ काम मेरे अकॉर्डिंग नहीं करा, तो मैं भी गलत करूंगा आपके साथ, and that is going to have severe impact on you. Now, my point is, Vodafone was charging high price, Airtel was charging high price. ठीक है, अब गलती से एक बार एयरटेल ने मेरा पैसा नहीं दिया, do you think that Vodafone is going to retaliate to take the badla? So retaliation means badla lena. Now, if I'm going to retaliate, then it's going to be more severe on you. If I'm going to reduce my price, that will impact your profitability very severe. तो कब हम collusive agreement करते हैं? Number one, we are similar in structure, products are homogeneous. We say let's conclude and earn the profit. And retaliation, मतलब अगर आपने बदला लिया तो उसका impact मेरे ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा होगा, तो हम क्या कर लेते हैं? Let's conclude among each other. ठीक है, but this collusive agreement is illegal in majority of the countries. In the examination, whatever the questions are going to be, you will assume that there is no collusive agreement. Next, right? We are left with two models, छोटे-छोटे. लिखिए could not. Each firm will determine its profit maximization level. Each firm determines its profit maximization level, assuming that other firm output will not change. So simple Conrad क्या कहना चाहता है? Assuming that whatever the strategy of Pepsi is, it is going to remain constant. What should be strategy for Coke? So ये अच्छा मॉडल नहीं है. It is not a dynamic model. It is assuming that things will remain more or less constant. Next, right? Stackelberg model. Right as it is. Any example on this? Again, Maruti. Who decide the first price increase? Maruti. Rest, all the firms are going to replicate it. Now, what this model is saying, whosoever is the market leader today, he is going to remain market leader in the future. एक बार लिख लीजिए. Now let me repeat both of them. In dominant form model, we say that over the period of time, Maruti shares will reduce. But what Stackelberg is saying, whosoever is the market leader today is going to remain market leader in the future. तो क्या कह रहा है? When firm pricing decisions are sequential, that means बाकी लोग उसको copy करते हैं. The first firm to set the price will remain the market leader even in long run. It is contradictory to dominant form model. Dominant form model says over the period of time, your size will reduce. But this is saying that over the period of time, your share will continue. So in totality, we have covered 5 models. Okay. Now try to answer question number 5th. So answer is C. What is the answer for 6th? Both will. So with this, we have completed this chapter. I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise. Now, if we go back in 2000, still Maruti was the market leader. In 2023, it was also the market leader. Same wise, आपको याद होगा जब आप जिस दिन भी आप पैदा हुए थे, आपके घर जो बटर होगा वो अमूल का ही होगा. मम्मी से पूछना आज भी किसका है. तो मार्केट शेयर कहाँ कम हो रहा है? नहीं दिखाया नहीं था, वो किसी ने कर रहे थे. मतलब ये सोचो ना कि 200 रुपीस पर जीबी की चार्जिंग. Then what happens because of Jio कि आप 50 पे भी आप प्रॉफिटेबल हैं. That means earlier there was some policy increase. Airtel is still profitable. So how come Airtel is still profitable? बेटा ये इलीगल एग्रीमेंट्स है. कोई कैसे बोल सकता है कि मैं इसके साथ एग्रीमेंट करूं? बेटा in Cornert I'm saying that whatever my competitor strategy today it will remain constant. It will not change. Then what should be my strategy? Now, for example, the strategy for Amul Butter is they don't go for aggressive advertisement. They don't want to change the packaging. So assume that their strategy will remain constant. Now, what should be my strategy? Now, there is one company, suppose Ching's Noodles. Now, for Maggie, can they assume that Cornert model will applicable? Answer is yes. Maggie has not changed even the packaging for the last 20 years. Parle-G, they have not changed the packaging for last 20 years. कुछ कंपनीज हैं जो बहुत ही कांस्टेंट चल रही है. बाबा वजन कम कर है क्योंकि महंगाई भी तो है. फिर आपके पापा 1990 में 100 रुपए कमा रहे थे तो उनको मैं एक पार्ले-जी दे रहा था. अब वो 1 लाख कमा रहे तो फिर पार्ले-जी भी फिर बड़ा ज्यादा लूंगा ना, या सेम ही देता रहूंगा. मैंने ये नहीं कहा वजन सेम दे रहे हैं या नहीं दे रहे, पैकेट सेम है या नहीं है. वजन तो कम करेगा ना बेटा. बच्चा वही वाला बच्चा ही अभी भी है ऐसे ही. और बता नहीं यकीन है दिखा देते हैं. इसकी हाँ बिल्कुल होता है, रिपोर्ट होता है. ये रहा. आज पापा से पूछना कि क्या यही शक्ल थी 1990 में भी, पापा कहेंगे हाँ. अब आप कहोगे वजन कम हो गया, तो पापा तेरा भी तो वजन बढ़ा है भाई. ये सेम यही था बेटा, कोई चेंज नहीं है, ऐसे ही था. ऐसा ही था वैसे, ऐसे ही था. एंड ये लो अमूल बटर, उसमें भी ऐसी कुछ सिमिलर. आज पापा से पूछ लेना पापा यही थी पहले भी. एक मैम कह रही निर्मा भी दिखा दो। बच्चे ने पहली बार कुछ कभी डाउट पूछे नहीं है तो दिखा देते हैं। मैम ने आज तक कभी कोई डाउट नहीं पूछा है। मैम लड़की ढूंढ रही है लिया। मैं स्पेलिंग सही लिखी निर्मा ये ना। मैम यही कह रहे थे आप? हाँ यही है। निर्मा से आई खूबसूरती ऐसी कुछ था। घर जाके करिए ना, अब पता लगे कोई और एग्जांपल देने लग जाएंगे। ठीक। नाउ प्लीज राइट मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी। राइट मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी। चलिए कुछ कह रहे हैं रुक जाइए, कुछ कह रहे हैं चलिए।
Hello friends, today we are going to start with reading Understanding Business Cycle. Okay, so now what approach I'm going to follow for this particular chapter? So now in this chapter in totality we have 10 LOS. Now I'm going to cover this chapter into two parts. In part 1 I'm going to discuss LOS A to D, and in second part I'm going to discuss LOS E to J. Okay, so in these two parts I'm going to cover the chapter. I strongly recommend that going through the book is not required. Our class notes would be more than sufficient, and post that we are going to solve the CFA Institute website questions as well. Okay, now let's start with the chapter. Now my first LOS. Now my first concept deals with described business cycle and its phases. Now business cycle or an economy goes through 4 different phases. So what are the phases? Now first phase is expansion, followed by peak, then declining or contraction phase, followed by trough. Now let us assume this is real GDP on y-axis and time frame on my x. Now a GDP will move like this. So when a GDP is increasing, that phase is known as the expansion phase. So what is the meaning of expansion phase? The expansion phase means when economy is increasing, but definitely this economy is going to make some make some top level. That top level will be known as peak. So what is the meaning of peak? When economy stops increasing, that level will be known as peak, and post that economy will start declining. Once the economy start declining, that phase will be known as contraction, and eventually it will make the bottom. That bottom will be known as trough, and post that again the economy will start increasing. That means economy always move in the cycles. First economy is increasing, that will be termed as expansion phase. It is going to make the bottom, that will be known as peak. Then it will start declining, that is the contraction phase. Again make the bottom, trough, and again it will start increasing. So a economy will never move in a straight line. It will keep on moving in the form of cycle. So how many phases we have? In totality we are going to have 4 phases. Expansion, GDP is increasing. Peak, GDP stops increasing. Contraction, GDP is declining. Trough, GDP stops declining and begins to increase. Now what are the features of expansion phase? So in expansion, what we are going to experience? We are going to experience that in an economy, output is increasing, employment increasing, consumption, investment, and inflation all these 5 will increase during an expansion phase. What will happen during the contraction phase? All these 5 inputs will start falling. So expansion features increasing output, employment, consumption, investment and inflation. Contractions are categorized by decrease in these particular indicators. Then business cycles are recurring. That means they will keep on recurring at different intervals. So business cycles are recurring but do not occur at regular intervals and can differ in strength and do not persist for specific length of time. That means that an economy would always move through cycles. That is, it is recurring. That is for sure. But what will be the phase of contraction? What will be the length of contraction? That is unknown and they typically differs. But one point is clear that yes, all these cycles, all these phases are going to be recurring in nature. So again I repeat my concept number A. How many phases we have in a business cycle? So business cycle has in totality 4 phases: contraction, peak, trough and contraction and trough. What will happen in expansion? GDP is increasing. What will happen in peak? GDP stops increasing. What will happen in contraction? GDP is declining. What will happen in trough? GDP stops declining and now GDP starts increasing. Okay, and business cycles are recurring in nature but they do not occur at regular intervals. So this was my concept number A. Now what economy will experience in late expansion? So in late expansion you are going to experience, there's some specific theory points that we have to remember. In late expansion you are going to experience shortage of skilled labor. What will happen in peak? At the time of peak, the inflation increases a lot. So characteristics includes accelerating inflationary pressure and borrowings by the company, declining employee productivity and increasing inventory to sales ratio. So what will happen in case of peak? Peak means economy has make its top level. Now what will happen here? Post that contraction is about to start. So what will happen in the peak? In the peak level, inflation is high, borrowings by corporate is high, then now contraction phase is about to start. That means productivity is low, your sales is not increasing, productivity is low and your inventory to sales ratio. Now you don't have your sales, so sales will decline. What will happen to inventory to sales ratio? So inventory to sales ratio will start increasing. So what will happen at the peak? The moment economy has made its top level, what will happen here? So at this level, inflation is high, borrowing is high, productivity is low and your inventory to sales ratio is about to increase. So again I repeat, inflation is high, borrowing is high, productivity is low and your inventory to sales ratio will increase. Point to be noted, what will happen in case of expansion? So in case of expansion, what will happen to your inventory to sales ratio? Now your sales are increasing. So if your sales are increasing, your inventory to sales ratio will decline. But what will happen in peak? Since your sales are not increasing, this ratio will start increasing. So increase of this ratio is a negative. If this ratio is increasing, that means you are unable to liquidate your inventory. So this was my concept number A. Proceeding further. Now we have to discuss with respect to credit cycle. What is the meaning of credit cycles? Credit cycles are nothing but fluctuations in the interest rate and credit availability. So yes, RBI keeps on changing the interest rate in an economy, changes in interest rate and changes in money supply. Now this will be termed as credit cycle. Now what will happen because of credit cycle? So they are going to create bubbles in real estate sector, and definitely they are going to affect the business cycle as well. Now let us assume that economy is going through a very difficult phase, and if economy is going through a recession phase, what will happen? Now RBI will reduce rate of interest in the economy. Now the moment you will reduce rate of interest, demand for real estate will shoot up. The moment demand for real estate will shoot up, prices of real estate sector will shoot up, and now it will cross its original price level. It is going to cross the optimal level, and what will happen eventually? There's going to be bubble, and eventually the real estate prices will start falling. So again, go through what do you mean by credit cycle. These are the fluctuations in the interest rate and credit availability. Credit cycles may amplify business cycle and cause bubbles in some market for some asset class. Loose private sector credit, that means easy availability of the money, may contribute to the extent of asset price and real estate bubbles and subsequent crisis. So what has happened? Now in order to recover the economy from recession, RBI will reduce the interest rates. The moment you will reduce the interest rates, the demand for real estate will increase, the prices will increase, and eventually it will cross the optimal level. It will start increasing a lot, and eventually there is going to be a bubble in the real estate sector which will lead to fall of real estate prices. So what we discuss in LOSB, simple, what is the meaning of credit cycle? Credit cycle means availability of money, availability of credit in the economy, and interest rates. Lower interest rates lead to increase in demand for real estate, leading to increase in prices beyond optimal level. Eventually leading to downfall in prices of real estate. So bubble will burst one day, and again the prices of real estate will start falling. Proceeding further, now we have to learn about some sort of indicators. Now what will happen in case of late expansion? So within expansion we have two stages. One is early expansion and second is late expansion. So what will happen in case of late expansion? Your sales are increasing but at a declining rate. So what will happen to sales? What will happen to inventory to sales ratio? Now your sales ratio, sales growth is increasing at a declining rate. That means in simple words, your sales are not increasing much. And if your sales are not increasing much, what will happen to this ratio? This ratio will start increasing. Is it positive, negative? Negative. So what will happen in case of late expansion? Inventory to sales ratio will increase on account of slow down in the sales. And what will happen near the end of contraction? Now near the end of contraction, that means contraction period is about to end, your sales will start increasing, and if your sales will start increasing, inventory to sales ratio will start falling. So what will happen in case of near the end of contraction? Because your sales growth is improvising, this ratio will decline. Firm decrease production to restore their inventory to sales ratio. Now what will happen? During expansion phase, you have lot many sales. So now to meet the sales, are you going to increase the inventory ratio? Answer is yes. During the declining phase or during the contraction phase, your output is not selling in the market. So will you produce more? Answer is no. So always what company will do, they will keep on adjusting their inventory to sales ratio at the desired level. What they will do in terms of during the expansion phase, they will start producing more. What will happen during the contraction phase? They will start producing less. So again I repeat, firm decrease or increase production to restore their inventory sales ratio to the desired level. So what we have to remember in point number 1, one point is with respect to late expansion. During late expansion, since your sales is not increasing, inventory to sales ratio will increase. During end of contraction, since your sales is increasing at a good rate, you will liquidate your inventory, so this will fall during end of contraction. Proceeding further, then hiring employees and laying off is not easy. It definitely have some cost. Now for example, it's a contraction phase, and if I start lay off my employees, then next time the availability of skilled labor is not there in the market. Okay, so it's not easy to lay off your employees. So what happened practically, even if there is a contraction phase, the firms are slow to lay off the employees. Same wise, in the expansion phase, they are slow to hire employee. First, they will try to utilize or overutilize their existing employees. So what happened during the expansion phase? During the expansion phase, I definitely need more employees, but companies are slow to hire. They are not going to hire employees initially. They are slow to hire new employees. First, they try to overutilize their existing employee. Same way, during the contraction phase, they are not going to lay off your employees immediately. What happened initially? What happened? They try that there should be an reversal in the economy. There should be a recovery in the economy. If a reversal is not there, then eventually they will start lay off the employees. So they are during expansion phase, they are slow to hire new employees. Same wise, during contraction phase, they are slow to lay off existing employees. Since hiring and laying off has some cost, eventually I need my employees back. So availability would be really difficult. So the companies are slow to hire and slow to lay off. So because hiring and laying off employees have high cost, firms prefer to adjust their utilization. As a result, firms are slow to lay off the employee early in contraction and slow to add on employees early in expansion. Now, what will happen to your capital expenditures? So in expansion, since you are going to have more sales, so company will add on new capacity. They will install new factory. This is going to be there in case of expansion phase. Now, what will happen in case of contraction? So point to be noted, double star point to be noted. During contraction phase, companies will not sell their equipments. Will not. So point to be noted, during contraction, they will not sell their equipments. Rather, they prefer to reduce expenses by deferring the maintenance expenditure. So what will happen during the expansion phase? So during the expansion phase, definitely you're going to install new factories. But what will happen during the contraction? Firms will never sell their factories. If you start selling your factory, you know that this is going to be recurring. again next day you need your factories back. So what company does? Typically they don't sell their equipment, rather than they can reduce their expenses by deferring the maintenance expenditures. Okay. So what will happen? Now firms will use their physical capital more extensively during expansion, investing in new capacity. Their physical capital, they use physical capital less extensively during contraction. They are more likely to reduce capacity by deferring the maintenance and not replacing equipments, rather than selling their physical capital. That means what company will does? Rather than selling, they will prefer to reduce the expenditure by deferring the maintenance expenditure. Proceeding further. Okay, so before I proceed further, we have covered 3 points in LOSC. So point number 1, what will happen to late expansion, to what will happen in to inventory to sales ratio in late expansion? Since your sales is not increasing, so this ratio will shoot up. What will happen to near end contraction to inventory to sales ratio? Since your sales is increasing, this ratio will fall. Are companies fast to hire or lay off employees? Answer is no. They are slow to hire and slow to lay off the employees during expansion and contraction phase. Then we learn what will happen to your physical assets, physical plant machinery. During expansion, definitely we are going to add on more machinery, but during the contraction phase, rather than selling the machinery, we prefer to defer our maintenance expenditure. Now proceeding further, what will happen to consumer spendings? Now consumer spendings depends upon, so consumer is spending on 2 goods. One is durable goods and second one is non-durable. So within durable there is going to be automobiles, auto, furniture, jewelry, and non-durable means your necessity. For example, toothpaste, food, shampoo, etc. So what do you think, where do you think that there is going to be volatility or fluctuations? So whether you are earning money, yes or no, whether your economy is expanding or contracting, the necessities expense cannot be reduced. So the non-durable expense are not fluctuating. They are going to be fixed in nature. But the demand for durable is directly depending upon the GDP. If your GDP is expanding, the demand for these products will increase, and if your GDP is going through a contraction phase, the demand for these products will start declining. So we have 2 types of goods: durable, non-durable, or in simple words, luxury, necessity. So for necessity, the demand is fixed, irrespective of through which phase your economy is going. But in case of durable, the demand will increase during the expansion phase and will decline during the contraction phase. So let's go through. Consumer spending fluctuates with the business cycle. Durable goods is highly sensitive to business cycle, and spending on non-durable goods is insensitive to business cycle. So non-durable means basically we are talking about the necessity. But next, what will happen to the housing sector? When you will prefer to buy the house, we will prefer to buy the house when in the economy basically there are more of young people, the borrowing rate is low, and the prices of house is less in the economy. Typically there you will find that yes, the demand for house is more. If on the contrary we have more of old people, borrowing rate is high, or high prices of houses, in that case we have seen that the demand for house decline in that particular economy. The next one is with respect to import and export. So when the demand for imported goods will increase, imported. So demand for imported goods will increase when GDP is in expansion phase, your income is increasing, then you demand more of imported goods, and local currency is appreciating, then yes, we demand more of imported goods. When your country's export will increase, when foreign people income will increase and local currency is depreciating. So if local currency is depreciating, for foreigners your product will become cheaper and they're going to demand more of that. Imported goods means you are using someone else's country's product. Now let us assume I say that iPhone is an imported product. That means this product has been manufactured in America. So when the demand for imported goods will increase, when Indian economy is going through expansion phase, and your currency will appreciate. When the demand for your local products will increase, when foreign producers' income or foreign consumers' income increase and local currency depreciate. So let's go through domestic imports trend to increase with GDP and domestic currency appreciation, while increase in foreign income and foreign currency depreciation lead to increase in domestic exports. So this was my LOSC. So how many points we have covered? We have covered 6 points. Now before I move to LOSD, a quick revision of all the three concepts. Okay, number 1, describe business cycle and its phases. So in totality, business cycles have 4 phases. These are recurring in nature. What are those 4 phases? Expansion, peak, contraction, trough. What will happen in expansion? GDP is increasing. Okay. Then what will happen to trough? GDP stops increasing. What will happen during the contraction? GDP is declining. What will happen to trough? GDP stops declining more. Okay. Then what will happen during the expansion phase? Your output, income, investment, expenditure, inflation, all 5 will increase. What will happen during the peak phase? During the peak phase, there is a high inflation in the economy. Your productivity is low, inflation is high, and there's going to be increasing sales to inventory to sales ratio. Then we have covered what do you mean by credit cycle. Credit cycle means cyclical fluctuations in interest rate and the credit availability. Eventually it will lead to bubbles in the real estate sector. Then we have covered 6 points in LOSC. What will happen to inventory to sales ratio late in expansion? Inventory to sales ratio will start increasing. Then are we slow or fast to hire or lay off employee? We are slow to hire and lay off the employees. What will happen to your physical capital? During the expansion, we are going to add only more facilities. But what will happen during the contraction? Rather than selling the facilities, we prefer to defer the expenditures, maintenance expenditure. What about the consumer spendings? So consumer spending is for durable goods is dependent upon the business cycle. As the economy is in expansion, demand will increase. As the economy is in contraction, demand will fall. But for non-durable, it is insensitive to business cycle. Then when the demand for housing sector will increase, the demand will increase when the prices are low, borrowing cost is low, and there are young people in the economy. When the import will increase when GDP is increasing and your currency is appreciating. When export will increase, when the income of foreign people are increasing and our currency depreciates, then the demand for exported goods is going to increase. Now I am proceeding further. Question number 1. The characteristics of business cycle, trough, expansion, peak, contraction are: they have a fixed period, fixed length, no, or of similar duration, no, but are they recurring in nature? Yes. So answer is B. During the contraction phase, what is the meaning of contraction? Contraction means GDP is declining, or in simple words, your sales is declining. So during the contraction phase, what will happen? Inflation stabilizes, no, inflation declines. Aggregate economic activity, that means sales, is declining. Is it true? Answer is yes. Then preference for government security declines. There is a panic in the economy, contraction is going on. So if panic is in the economy, the demand for government security increases. So this one is incorrect. This one is incorrect. So what is the correct answer? The correct answer is B. What will happen in case of peak? So peak is associated with accelerating inflation. Then with which factor would analysts commonly associate credit cycle? So credit cycle deals with the real estate. Answer is B. Then the reason analysts follow development in the availability of credit is that, so what will happen if there is going to be availability of credit, easy money available in the economy, so loose sector may contribute to the prices and real estate bubbles and subsequent crisis. Is it true? So what point A is trying to say? Easy availability of money will lead to increase in the prices of real estate, and eventually there is going to be bubble because of which prices will fall. Is it true? Answer is yes. Then B, loose credit helps reduce the extent of the prices. So because of easy availability, prices will fall initially. Incorrect. Credit cycle are of same length and depth as the business cycle. Incorrect. So what is the correct answer? What will happen because of easy availability of credit? Because of easy availability of credit, prices will initially increase. Eventually there is going to be bubble, and that bubble will fall. That bubble will burst, and eventually the prices will start falling in the economy. Answer is B. Then based upon labor utilization pattern, productivity is highest when? So during the early phase, early expansion. Are we going to hire the new employees? No, we are not. We are going to utilize the existing employees. That means this is a phase when productivity is highest, early expansion. Okay. Then we have late expansion. In late expansion, definitely we hire new employees, so productivity is not the highest. Then during peak, what will happen during the peak? You have the employees, but your sales are not increasing. So again we have lower productivity. What will happen during the contraction, early contraction? So during early contraction, sales are declining. Are we going to lay off the employees? No, we are not. So here the productivity is low. What will happen during end contraction? During this, are we going to lay off the employees? Are we going to remove the employees? Yes. So productivity again increases. So when productivity is more, early expansion and end of contraction. Now let's answer. In the maturing expansion, incorrect. When productivity is highest, into the maturing expansion, incorrect. At the peak of the boom, incorrect. At the bottom of the recession, so which is the correct answer? At the bottom of recession, that means during near-end contraction or early expansion, your capacity would be maximum. So when capacity is maximum? During early expansion and near end contraction, your productivity is going to be maximum. Answer is C. Then as the expansion phase advances from early to late, what will happen? So the moment you move from early to late, there is going to be a decline in availability of qualified workers. So there is a decline in the qualified workers. Proceeding further, an analyst writes in the economic report that the current phase is high inflation. So this is going to be peak of the business cycle. In a recession, companies are going to adjust of the stock of physical capital. That means how you are going to adjust your plant and machinery. So we are going to adjust the plant and machinery by not maintaining the equipments. Answer is B. by deferring the maintenance of the equipments. The inventory to sales ratio is increasing. It is a negative thing. When it will increase? As the contraction unfolds, that means as the contraction ends. Incorrect. Near the top of the economic cycle. So yes, this is going to be the correct answer. Partially into recovery. If you are into the recovery stage, your sales are increasing. So inventory to sales ratio will fall. A is incorrect, B is incorrect. Near the top of an economic cycle, your inventory to sales ratio will increase. Then when a country's import will decline. So a decline in import means increase in export. When export will increase? Export will increase when your currency depreciates and foreign income increases. So the answer is C. So in totality we have covered 4 LOS and 16 questions. Answer to question number 1 is B, second is B, third is A, fourth is B, fifth is A, sixth is C, seventh is C, eighth is A, ninth is B, 10th is C, 11th is C, 12th is A, 13A, 14B, 15A, 16A. So with this, we have covered 4 LOS and 16 practice problem. In the next, before proceeding to the next part, you have to read all the 4 LOS from our notes and you have to solve all these 16 questions. Okay, thank you. Now friends, I'm moving to my last LOS, that is LOS E. Now in LOS E, we are going to learn about the indicators which will help us to identify whether the economy is going through an upturn or a downturn. That means whether the economy is going through an expansion or contraction. Now in totality, how many types of indicators we have? Now there are going to be 3 types of indicators. Number 1, leading indicators. Now what leading indicators will tell us? That, for example, if I take an example of upturn or expansion is about to happen. Then we have coincident indicators. These indicators will help us that upturn is going on, is continuing. Then we have lagging indicators. These indicators tell us that upturn has occurred. So now in totality there are going to be 3 types of indicators: leading, coincident, lagging. Leading tells that upturn is about to happen. Coincident will tell that upturn is going on, and lagging tells that upturn has occurred. Now with the help of leading and lagging, we make a forecast what will happen in the future. So now how many indicators that we have to remember? So within leading we have to remember only 4 indicators, within coincident 3 indicators, and within lagging in totality there are going to be 6 indicators. Now we have to remember 13 indicators. Now what is the leading indicator? So now let us assume that expansion is going on or expansion is about to start. Now what will happen? Now the leading indicator is your stock market will start increasing. Now what happened? There was a lockdown in the country, Nifty suddenly falls, and then now Nifty is improvising. So if market is improvising, there's an indication that going forward expansion phase is going to start. So one of the leading indicator is when stock market increases. Second is average hours an employee work. Now what will happen in case of expansion? So as in case of early expansion, what will happen? The organizations are slow to hire new employees. So if they're slow to hire new employees, what will happen to the existing workload? What will happen to the existing force? they are going to over workload the existing force. So if average hours an employee work in an organization is increasing, that is an indication of that expansion is about to happen. So first indicator is your stock market. Second indicator is average weekly hours in manufacturing. So if your average working hours are increasing, that means expansion is about to happen. Then third is construction permits. So before to start with construction, you need to apply to an authority for a construction permit. So if construction permits are increasing, it is an indication that expansion is about to happen. And fourth one is the spread. Now spread between 10-year T bond versus Fed funds interest rate. Now what is the Fed fund interest rate? So it is a rate at which one US bank will lend to the other US bank. Now if the difference between bond, 10-year bond and Fed fund interest rate increases, widens, that means banks are willing to borrow at a higher rate, and if banks are willing to borrow at a higher rate, that means they have the corresponding borrower, they can further lend this at a higher rate. That means that expansion is about to start. So if the spread is increasing means that bank is borrowing at a higher rate. If bank is borrowing at a higher rate, eventually it will lend at a higher rate. That means there is a corresponding borrower who is willing to borrow at a higher rate. That means expansion is about to start. Now how many leading indicators we have? In totality we have 4 leading indicators. Your stock market will start increasing. Average working hours of an employee will start increasing. You will see that in the construction permits have increased in an economy, and the spread widens. Spread widens signify that expansion is about to happen. That means people are ready to borrow at a higher rate, and this is an indication that expansion is about to start. Then what coincident indicators we are having? Now you have to remember 3. Number 1, employees on payroll will increase. If there is an upturn going on, employees on payroll will increase. Second, your real personal income will increase. And third, industrial output will increase. So if expansion is going on, employees will increase, their personal income will increase, and industrial output will increase. So how many indicators we have covered? We have covered only 2 indicators. One is leading, one is coincident. Within leading, how many points? 4 points. Stock market will start increasing, average working hour will start increasing, increase in the construction permit, and the spread between the 10-year government bond yield and the Fed interest rate, that is going to widen. What are the coincident? Your personal income will increase, employees on payroll will increase, and industrial output will increase. What will happen eventually? Now what will happen in case of the moment you have reached the peak? Now the moment I have reached the peak, you have reached your peakness. That means peakness has occurred. What will happen? There is going to be higher inflation in the economy, labor cost will increase, inventory to sales ratio will increase, because now at the late expansion, what will happen? Your sales is not increasing. If your sales are not increasing, inventory to sales ratio will increase, labor cost will increase, inflation will increase, borrowing in an economy will increase. Then so we have inventory to sales ratio will increase, labor cost will increase, borrowings will increase, and inflation will increase. Further, what will happen? Ratio of consumer installment to income. So your borrowings will increase. This will eventually leads to more installment that a person has to pay. So ratio of installment to income, that will also increase. Sixth one is bank will change their rate. So changing the rate is a lagging indicator. Bank will only lend you the money one is a proof that expansion is there. So bank's change rate is going to be a lagging indicator. And then we have average duration of unemployment. Now, point to be noted. What will happen if there is an early expansion? If there is an early expansion, companies will be slow to hire employees. But what will happen in case of late expansion? In case of late expansion, the companies will start hiring employee. If they start hiring, what will happen? Unemployment rate will reduce. So unemployment rate, if it is reducing in an economy, it is lagging indicator that weakness has occurred. Now, how many points you have to remember? 6 points you have to remember. Now, number 1 point. What will happen to your inventory to sales ratio? At the time of weakness, inventory to sales ratio will increase. What will happen to your inflation? Inflation will increase. Labor cost will increase. Borrowing will increase. Ratio of installment to income will increase. Bank will change their rate. Income to sales ratio will increase. And eventually what will happen? Average duration of unemployment will increase. Now you have to remember 4, 3, 6 points. Now a quick revision before I jump to the question points. Quickly, within leading, how many points? 4 points. Number 1, stock market. Number 2, stock market. Number 2, building permits. Number 3, average working hours, weekly hours. And number 4, this is going to be spread. So what will happen to the spread? Spread will widen. Within coincident, your real personal income will increase, industrial output will increase, and employment will increase. People on payroll will increase. What is going to be lagging one? Borrowing will increase. Ratio of installment to income will increase. Inventory to sales ratio will increase. Banks prime rate will change. Then we have our average unemployment. If average unemployment is reducing, that means weakness has occurred. Expansion has already occurred. And finally we have our labor cost. So all these costs are going to increase. Now based upon this, I'm moving to my question bank. Okay. Now question number 17. So what will happen with the help of leading and coincident indicators? So with the help of those, we are going to make the forecast what will happen in case of late expansion. So which of the following characteristic is a best description of the characteristics of economic indicator? A combination of leading and coincident can offer effective forecast. Now next one is spread narrow. So if spread widens, there is going to be upturn. If spread narrows, there is going to be a downturn in an economy. So answer is B. Now in this, to solve this type of question, what you have to do? Simply identify the leading indicator. So current economic statistics indicate little change in inflation. Inflation was lagging, ignore this. Increasing residential building permits. So this is a leading one. Increasing average rate of unemployment. This is a lagging one. So ignore lagging, just focus on the leading one. So increasing residential building permit. Increasing residential building permit indicate that there is going to be an upturn. It is expected that upturn is going to be there in the future. Answer is B. So how to solve question number 19? Simply identify the leading or the coincident indicators, and based upon that we are going to answer the question. Next, question number 20. Now inventory to sales ratio has rise. So if inventory to sales ratio, when inventory to sales ratio will increase? It will increase in case of late expansion. It is a lagging indicator. It suggests that expansion has occurred. Okay. Inventory to sales ratio has rise. Employee cost is stable. So this is your lagging. Real personal income has declined. So real personal income is a coincident one. It has declined. That means economy is declining currently. It is most likely that peakness has. So coincident is saying that economy is declining based upon coincident indicators. Economy is declining. And leading is conveying that expansion has occurred. So it is most likely that peakness in the business cycle has occurred. Answer is A. Then 22. When real personal income, industrial output and S&P 500 leading coincident indicators both are increasing. If both are increasing, that signifies that upturn is currently occurring. So in this I am having both leading plus coincident indicators. It will signify that upturn is still continuing. Upturn is still continuing. So answer is A. Then which of the following is most likely to increase after increase in personal income? So personal income was your coincident indicator. So you have to identify which of the following is a lagging. Equity prices is leading, permits is leading, ratio of consumer installment to income, this is your lagging indicator. So once your income will increase, based upon those increased income, you are going to increase your borrowings. Answer is C. Then 23rd, which of the following is most appropriate in predicting a turning point? Turning point means you have to identify the leading indicator. Industrial output, it is coincident. Bank lending rate, this is a lagging. Average working hours, this is going to be your leading indicator. Then unemployment rate is lagging indicator because companies are slow to hire and fire the employees. Answer is C. So why unemployment is considered as a lagging indicator? Because during expansion, companies are slow to hire, and during recession or contraction, companies are slow to lay off their employees, because of which it is termed as a lagging indicator. Then 26. During an economic recovery, a lagging unemployment rate most likely attributable to. Now, what will happen during an economic recovery? Now, if there is an economic recovery, that means labor cost is more, there is demand for labor, so labor cost will increase, and now discouraged workers will turn into unemployed workers. So what will happen during the economic recovery? During economic recovery, your unemployment rate will start increasing. Why will start increasing? Because now the discouraged workers will turn into unemployed. So it's most likely attributable to businesses quickly rehiring the workers. Incorrect. New job seekers entering the labor force. That means discouraged workers now willing to work. If this is a case, they will enter the labor force, and eventually what will happen, the unemployment will increase during the early expansion. So during early expansion, companies are slow to hire, but now they are paying handsome salaries. So discouraged will turn into unemployed. As a result, unemployment rate initially will increase. Then Then 49, a decline in average duration unemployment. So late expansion, if it is a late expansion, so early expansion, companies slow to hire. Late expansion, companies has already hired, they start hiring. So if they start hiring, unemployment will reduce. So unemployment rate is declining. If unemployment rate is declining, it signifies that upturn has already occurred. So I think I have solved all the questions on this. So with this, we have covered this chapter. Now in this chapter, in totality, we have 54 questions and 10 LOS. Now what you have to do? So first you have to go through all the notes that we have provided. Then you have to jump to your question bank, solve these 54 questions, and from the Schwezer you are going to cover the module quiz. So we are not going to refer the Schwezer for the content part, but yes, having said that, we are going to solve the module quiz given in the Schwezer.
तो ये काफी सिंपल चैप्टर होने वाला है, ठीक है, थ्योरी नेचर का होगा, और इसके ऊपर इन टोटलिटी मेरे पास 4 कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं. सो देखते हैं मेरा पहला कॉन्सेप्ट किसके साथ डील करता है. सो मेरा पहला कॉन्सेप्ट बात करेगा व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ जियोपॉलिटिक्स. जियोपॉलिटिक्स का मतलब क्या है. जियोपॉलिटिक्स का मतलब है इट इज अ वे थ्रू विच टू कंट्रीज इंटरेक्ट विद ईच अदर. दो कंट्रीज के बीच कैसे रिलेशनशिप है, वो कैसे इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, इसको जियोपॉलिटिक्स कहा गया है. नाउ मान के चलते हैं दो कंट्रीज हैं. एक कंट्री है जिसका नाम है इंडिया और कंट्री का नाम है पाकिस्तान. अब इन दोनों में रिश्ते कैसे हैं, तो इन दोनों में जो रिश्ते हैं दैट इज नॉन कोऑपरेटिव. आपस में कोऑपरेट नहीं करना चाहते, हर बात पे ये लड़ना चाहते हैं. देन एक और कंट्री है रशिया यूक्रेन. इन दोनों कंट्रीज के बीच में रिश्ते कैसे हैं, इन दोनों कंट्रीज के बीच में जो रिलेशनशिप है दैट इज नॉन कोऑपरेटिव. अब एक एग्जांपल और ले लेते हैं. नाउ लेट मी टॉक अबाउट यूरोपियन कंट्रीज. यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में आपका आ गया इटली आ गया, देन जर्मनी आ गया, स्पेन आ गया. इनके बीच रिलेशनशिप्स कैसे हैं, इनके बीच रिलेशनशिप्स काफी ज्यादा कोऑपरेटिव है. इन सभी कंट्रीज की जो करेंसी है वो एक है. इन सभी कंट्रीज ने क्या एग्रीमेंट कर रखा है कि कल को अगर एक दूसरे के ऊपर अटैक होता है तो हम क्या करेंगे, हम एक दूसरे के साथ सपोर्ट करेंगे. करेंसी एक है, इन्फ्लेशन टारगेट एक जैसे सेट करते हैं. और अगर आपको एक कंट्री से दूसरी कंट्री जाना है, फॉर एग्जांपल आपको इटली से जर्मनी जाना है, जर्मनी से इटली जाना है, तो किसी तरीके की कोई वीजा रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है. पैसा अगर आपको इटली का पैसा जर्मन में ट्रांसफर करना है, जर्मन से इटली में पैसा ट्रांसफर करना है, किसी तरीके की कोई रोक टोक नहीं है. तो यहाँ पे क्या है, यहाँ पे बहुत ही ज्यादा कोऑपरेटिव एनवायरनमेंट देखा गया है, और कई कंट्रीज में जो एनवायरनमेंट है वो काफी ज्यादा नॉन कोऑपरेटिव है. सो पहला वर्ड क्या था, जियोपॉलिटिक्स. जियोपॉलिटिक्स का मतलब क्या है, जियोपॉलिटिक्स का मतलब है कि नेशंस आपस में इंटरेक्ट कैसे कर रहे हैं. ये रिश्ते या तो कोऑपरेटिव हो सकते हैं या नॉन कोऑपरेटिव हो सकते हैं. अब ये चीज एक और चीज के ऊपर भी डिपेंड करती है, दैट इज जियोफिजिकल रिसोर्स एंडोरमेंट. अब इसका मतलब क्या है, नाउ द मीनिंग ऑफ जियोफिजिकल रिसोर्स एंडोरमेंट, इसका मतलब क्या है, जैसे कि इंडिया में देयर इज स्कैसिटी ऑफ क्रूड ऑयल. हमारी कंट्री में कच्चा तेल नहीं है, तो क्या हम गल्फ कंट्रीज के साथ लड़ाई कर सकते हैं? आंसर इज नो। सो दैट मीन्स किस चीज के रिसोर्स आपकी कंट्री में स्कैसिटी है? तो हमारी कंट्री में देयर इज अ शॉर्टेज ऑफ क्रूड ऑयल, कच्चा तेल नहीं है, तो हम गल्फ कंट्रीज के साथ नहीं लड़ सकते। सेम वाइज मान के चलते हैं कोई और एक बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट इनपुट है जिसके लिए हम चाइना पे डिपेंडेंट है, तो क्या हम चाइना के साथ लड़ाई कर सकते हैं? आंसर इज नो। सो दैट मीन्स रिसोर्स हमारी कंट्री में किस चीज की शॉर्टेज है, ये भी डिपेंड करता है कि दूसरी कंट्रीज के साथ हमारे रिश्ते कैसे होने वाले हैं। सो इंडिया की कंटेक्स में अगर बात करूं, since we are usually dependent upon crude oil, so we cannot afford fight or non-cooperative environment with Gulf countries. फिर जियोपॉलिटिक्स किस चीज के ऊपर और डिपेंडेंट है? इट इज ऑल्सो डिपेंडेंट अपॉन स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन। अब गोइंग फॉरवर्ड किस चीज की डिमांड आ रही है? गोइंग फॉरवर्ड स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की डिमांड आ रही है। नाउ रिसोर्सेस की शॉर्टेज है, तो मैं कौन से रिसोर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ? ह्यूमन कैपिटल की बात कर रहा हूँ, स्किल लेबर की बात कर रहा हूँ ना। दुनिया भर में स्किल्ड लेबर की शॉर्टेज है। अब हर कंट्री अगर अपने अपने रूल्स बनाएगी तो लोगों का मूवमेंट काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल हो जाएगा। तो अब इसी स्टेप्स में इसी चीज को कंसिडर करते हुए अब सरकारों ने क्या लिया? अब एक स्टेप टुवर्ड स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन क्या है? वो मार्केट में लेके आए आईएफआरएस ना। आईएफआरएस है क्या? दुनिया भर की कंट्रीज एक ही तरीके से अपने फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स को बनाएंगी स्टैंडर्डाइज तरीके से। इसका पर्पस क्या है? इसके बहुत सारे पर्पस है। नंबर वन, हर कंपनी के फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स कंपेरेबल हो गए हैं, पैसे का मूवमेंट अब काफी ज्यादा आसान हो जाएगा, एनालाइज करना काफी ज्यादा आसान होगा। सेम वाइज किसी एक इंडियन पर्सन ने अगर इंडिया में सीए कर रखा है, अब वो यूके मूव करना चाहता है, यूएस मूव करना चाहता है, तो रिसोर्सेज की मोबिलिटी भी क्या हो गई है? काफी ज्यादा आसान हो गई है। तो एक और चीज जियोपॉलिटिक्स में क्या डिपेंड करती है कि अब हर बंदा क्या चाहता है, ताकि क्योंकि रिसोर्सेज की शॉर्टेज है, सो उन शॉर्टेज को ढंग से मीट करा जाए, तो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट आ रही है। सो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की वजह से क्या होगा? रिसोर्सेज इजिली मोबाइल हो जाएंगे, एक कंट्री से दूसरी कंट्री मूव करना काफी ज्यादा आसान हो जाएगा। इसलिए भी जियोपॉलिटिक्स काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। फिर एक और बात आती है, दैट इज कल्चरल फैक्टर्स। कल्चरल फैक्टर्स भी डेफिनेटली जियोपॉलिटिक्स पे एक सिग्निफिकेंस इंपैक्ट रखता है। नाउ इंडिया की अगर मैं बात करूं, नाउ इंडिया में काफी ज्यादा नेपाली लोग हैं, नेपाली पॉपुलेशन है। सो हम चाहते हैं, क्योंकि नेपाली लोग इंडिया में काफी ज्यादा है, सो हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि नेपाल के साथ भी हमारे रिलेशनशिप अच्छे होंगे। सेम वाइज अगर मैं कनाडा की बात करूं, तो कनाडा में मेनली पंजाबी लोग हैं। सो हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि चाइना और इंडिया के बीच जो रिलेशनशिप्स होंगे, दे आर गोइंग टू बी हाईली कोऑपरेटिव। सो एक बार फिर से रिवाइज करते हैं, जियोपॉलिटिक्स का मतलब क्या है? जियोपॉलिटिक्स का मतलब है कि आपस में नेशंस कैसे इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं। इट कुड बी कोऑपरेटिव, इट कुड बी नॉन कोऑपरेटिव। फिर गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, क्योंकि स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट आती जा रही है टू प्रमोट फ्री फ्लो ऑफ, सो दैट जो स्किल लेबर की शॉर्टेज है उसको मीट करा जाए, इसलिए भी जियोपॉलिटिक्स काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड देन मैंने कहा कल्चरल फैक्टर्स भी क्या करते हैं? कल्चरल फैक्टर्स भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करते हैं लेवल ऑफ कॉपरेशन जज करने के लिए। तो ये था आपका पहला। अब मूव करते हैं अपने सेकंड कॉन्सेप्ट पे। सेकंड कॉन्सेप्ट में हम बात करेंगे डिफरेंस बिटवीन ग्लोबलाइजेशन वर्सेस नेशनलिज्म। अब इन दोनों का मतलब क्या है? ग्लोबलाइजेशन का मतलब है कि इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज फ्री होनी चाहिए। नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल, इंडिया से कुछ गुड्स हमें एक्सपोर्ट करने हैं, तो इंडिया से अगर कोई गुड्स बाहर जाना चाहते हैं टू अमेरिका, तो ये फ्री होना चाहिए। सेम वाइज अमेरिका से कोई गुड्स इंडिया आने चाहते हैं, ये फ्री होने चाहिए। चीजों में किसी तरीके की रोक टोक नहीं होनी चाहिए। इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज ग्लोबल लेवल पे, इंटीग्रेट लेवल पे, ग्लोबल लेवल पे प्रमोट होनी चाहिए, ग्लोबलाइजेशन होनी चाहिए। कोई भी बंदा कहीं से भी इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज कर सकता है, ये तो अच्छी बात है। अब इसके एडवांटेजेस क्या है? अगर हम ग्लोबलाइजेशन को प्रमोट करते हैं तो हमें गुड क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स मिलेंगे,
गुड क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स मिलेंगे एट अफोर्डेबल प्राइस। क्यों? क्योंकि कंपटीशन इंक्रीज हो रहा है। अब जैसे जैसे कंपटीशन बढ़ता जाएगा तो सप्लायर्स अपने प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी को बढ़ाएंगे। बिल्कुल सही है। लेकिन अगर हम बहुत ज्यादा ग्लोबलाइजेशन प्रमोट करेंगे तो इसकी कुछ डिसएडवांटेजेस भी हैं। डिसएडवांटेजेस हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं इंडिया की बात करूं तो नाउ डिसएडवांटेजेस क्या हो जाएंगी? मेरी खुद की कंट्री में एनीवेज अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट काफी ज्यादा है, और अगर मैं ग्लोबलाइजेशन प्रमोट करूंगा तो हो सकता है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट और बढ़ जाए। एक ये प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। देन नेक्स्ट प्रॉब्लम क्या है? मेरी डिपेंडेंसी बहुत बढ़ जाएगी। कल को अगर मेरी उस कंट्री के साथ लड़ाई हो जाए तो मैं तो डूब जाऊंगा। नहीं। सेकेंड प्रॉब्लम क्या है? डिपेंडेंसी ऑन अदर कंट्री इंक्रीजेस। तीसरा क्या है? अनइक्वल गेन है ना। अनइक्वल गेन का मतलब है मैं दूसरी कंट्री के साथ compete ही नहीं कर सकता। आज मैं आपको बोलता हूँ आप एक कंट्री का नाम बताओ इंडिया में जो लैपटॉप मैन्युफैक्चर करती हो, दिस नॉट इवन अ सिंगल कंपनी। और अगर मैं ग्लोबलाइजेशन प्रमोट करूंगा, फ्री ट्रेड प्रमोट करूंगा, तो सारी अमेरिकन कंपनीज इंडिया में आ जाएंगी। अब उन अमेरिकन कंपनीज का गेन काफी ज्यादा हो जाएगा। सो सिंस मेरे पास नो हाउ नहीं है, टेक्नोलॉजिकल नॉलेज नहीं है, तो दिस विल टू अनइक्वल गेन। मेरा गेन कम होगा, मेरे सप्लायर्स का गेन कम होगा, और मेरे सप्लायर्स का गेन कम होगा वीजा वी फॉरेन सप्लायर्स का गेन काफी ज्यादा हो जाएगा। सो ये इसकी डिसएडवांटेजेस है। अब नेशनलिज्म का मतलब क्या है? नेशनलिज्म का मतलब है कि मैं अपने खुद के इंटरेस्ट को, ओन सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट को कंसीडर करूंगा। मैं बहुत ज्यादा ग्लोबलाइजेशन को प्रमोट नहीं करूंगा, मैं नेशनलिज्म को प्रमोट करूंगा। अब एक कंट्री जो अपने इंटरेस्ट को हमेशा अधिकतर सोचती है, अब आप बोल सकते हो हाँ, चाइना एक ऐसी कंट्री है जो नेशनलिज्म को प्रमोट करती है, जो फ्री ट्रेड में बिलीव नहीं रखती है, जो किसको प्रमोट करती है? वो अपने सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट को प्रमोट करती है। आज मैं आपसे बात करूं, आज हम इंडिया में यूज करते हैं व्हाट्सएप, फेसबुक और अमेजॉन, बट दिस इज नॉट द केस विद चाइना। चाइना में ना तो कोई बंदा फेसबुक यूज करता है, ना कोई बंदा अमेजॉन यूज करता है, ना ही कोई बंदा व्हाट्सएप यूज करता है। उन्होंने खुद की ऐप्स बना रखी है, खुद की चाइनीज ऐप बना सकती है। तो नेशनलिज्म का मतलब क्या है? हम अपने इंटरेस्ट को सबसे पहले रखेंगे रादर देन किसी और कंट्री का सोचने से पहले। ठीक है। अब एक पाई चार्ट बनाऊंगा, वो पाई चार्ट आपको याद करना पड़ेगा। इसमें 4 नाम है, चारों नाम आपको याद करने हैं। यहाँ पे मैंने लिखा ग्लोबलाइजेशन, यहाँ पे आप नॉन ग्लोबलाइजेशन भी लिख सकते हैं, प्लस नेशनलिज्म भी लिख सकते हैं। देन यहाँ पे मैंने लिखा कॉपरेटिव, नॉन कॉपरेटिव। कॉपरेटिव का मतलब एक दूसरे की हेल्प कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं। ग्लोबलाइजेशन का मतलब फ्री ट्रेड को प्रमोट करना, नॉन ग्लोबलाइजेशन का फ्री ट्रेड को प्रमोट ना करना। अब ये सबसे पॉजिटिव है, जहां पे ग्लोबलाइजेशन भी है प्लस नेचर भी क्या है, कॉपरेटिव है। ये सबसे गंदा है, जहां पे नॉन ग्लोबलाइजेशन है एंड नॉन कॉपरेटिवनेस है। तो जहां रिश्ते नॉन ग्लोबल हैं, फ्री ट्रेड भी प्रमोट नहीं हो रहा, कॉपरेट भी नहीं कर रहा, एग्जांपल इंडिया पाकिस्तान, इसको क्या कहा गया है? इसको कहा गया है टार्की। और टार्की, इन कंट्रीज के बीच क्या है? और टार्की रिलेशनशिप्स है। सेम वाइज जहां पे दोनों ही चीजें पॉजिटिव हैं, उसको कहा गया है मल्टी लेटिज्म। मल्टी लेटरिज्म। ठीक है। जहां पे कोऑपरेटिव तो है लेकिन नॉन ग्लोबलाइजेशन है। हेल्प करेंगे लेकिन अपने सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट को भी प्रमोट करेंगे, इसको कहा गया है बाय लेटरिज्म। और जहां पे ग्लोबलाइजेशन तो प्रमोट करा जा रहा है लेकिन बिहेवियर नॉन कोऑपरेटिव है, उसको कहा गया है हेजीमनी। तो ये 4 नाम आपको याद करने हैं। बड़ा सिंपल तरीका है, एक बार फिर से याद करने का करेंगे। स्टार्ट करेंगे ग्लोबलाइजेशन, नॉन ग्लोबलाइजेशन, कोऑपरेटिव, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव। मैंने कहा दोनों ही पॉजिटिव हैं, ग्लोबलाइजेशन भी है, कोऑपरेटिव भी है, इसको कहते हैं मल्टीलैटरिज्म। फिर मैंने कहा दोनों ही नेगेटिव हैं, ना कोऑपरेट करेंगे, ना कोऑपरेट करेंगे, ना ग्लोबलाइजेशन को प्रमोट करेंगे, इसको क्या कहा था, और टार्की। ये दो नाम हमने याद करे। अब बड़ा ही सिंपल है, इसका आंसर क्या आ जाएगा, जहां पे कोऑपरेटिव तो है लेकिन नॉन ग्लोबलाइजेशन है, इसको कहा गया था बायलैटरलिज्म। और यहां पे मैंने कहा था जहां पे ग्लोबलाइजेशन तो है लेकिन नॉन कोऑपरेटिव है, इसको कहा गया है हेजीमनी। तो ये चार नाम आपको याद करने हैं। सो बी में क्या था, ग्लोबलाइजेशन रेफर्स टू इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी, जहां पे नेशनलिज्म का मतलब है कि हम अपने खुद के इंटरेस्ट को कंसीडर करेंगे। फिर हमने इसको एक पाई में बनाया, चार वर्ड्स आपको याद करने हैं, दोनों ही पॉजिटिव, मल्टीलैटरिज्म दोनों ही नेगेटिव, और टाकी। फिर मैंने कहा कॉपरेशन तो है लेकिन एंटी ग्लोबलाइजेशन है, तो उसको बोला गया है बायलैटरिज्म। और मैंने कहा ग्लोबलाइजेशन तो है लेकिन नॉन कोऑपरेटिव है, हम आपस में कोऑपरेट नहीं करेंगे, फिर उसको कहा गया है हेजीमनी। तो ये चार नाम आपको याद करने हैं, ठीक है। देन proceeding to the next one, now tools of geopolitics। पहले हम बात करेंगे नेशनल सिक्योरिटी की। नाउ नेशनल सिक्योरिटी टूल्स। अब इसमें हमें चार बातें करनी है। एक लिखा हुआ है आर्म्ड कन्फ्लिक्ट, फिर एक लिखा हुआ है एस्पिनेज, फिर है बायलैटरिज्म, बायलैटरल, और फिर है मल्टी लेटरल नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एग्रीमेंट। ना आर्म्ड कन्फ्लिक्ट का मतलब क्या है, आर्म्ड कन्फ्लिक्ट का मतलब है दो कंट्रीज में वॉर वाले सिनेरियोज हैं, दो कंट्रीज आपस में लड़ते रहते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल इंडिया पाकिस्तान, रशिया यूक्रेन। देन एस्पिनेश का मतलब क्या है, इसका मतलब है एक कंट्री दूसरी कंट्री के सीक्रेट्स को बता रही है किसी दूसरी कंट्री को। ना फॉर एग्जांपल मान लेते हैं कि इंडिया और रशिया में बहुत अच्छी रिलेशनशिप है। अब इंडिया क्या करती है, इंडिया से पूछती है कि तुम अपनी गोइंग फॉरवर्ड स्ट्रैटेजी बताओ कि तुम यूक्रेन को और क्या करने वाले हो, यूक्रेन में क्या हंगामा और करने वाले हो, आप मुझे ये बता दो। और जैसे ही रशिया वाले इसको बताते हैं, ये कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंगली यूक्रेन को बता देती है या और यूरोपियन नेशंस को वो उसका प्लान ऑफ एक्शन बता देती है। तो ये जो तरीका है ये भी काफी ज्यादा गलत है, आर्म्ड कन्फ्लिक्ट भी गलत है और एस्पिनेश भी गलत है। फिर आपका आता है बायलैटरल। बायलैटरल का मतलब है दो कंट्रीज ने क्या कर रखा है, दो कंट्रीज ने अपना एक समझौता कर रखा है, ना मैं तेरे पे लड़ूंगा ना तू मेरे पे अटैक करेगा। मल्टीलेटरल का मतलब क्या है, जब मल्टीपल कंट्रीज ने एग्रीमेंट कर रखा है ना तू मेरे पे अटैक करेगा ना मैं तेरे पे अटैक करूंगा। तो ये जो दोनों हैं ये कोऑपरेटिव हैं, लेकिन ये जो दोनों हैं ये नॉन कोऑपरेटिव है। सो बायलैटरल में क्या है, दो कंट्रीज के बीच एग्रीमेंट है, मल्टीलेटरल में क्या है, मल्टीपल कंट्रीज। अगर मैं यूरोजोन की बात करूं तो यूरोजोन क्या मल्टीलेटरल एग्रीमेंट है, आंसर इज यस। वहां पे सारे यूरोप के देशों ने क्या कर रखा है कि हम एक दूसरे के साथ कॉपरेट करेंगे, कल को कोई भी आज आप इटली में वॉर करके दिखाओ तो जितने भी यूरोपियन नेशन है वो क्या करेंगे, वो रिटेलिएट करेंगे, और जो भी दूसरी कंट्री उस पर हंगामा कर, जो भी लड़ाई कर रही है दूसरी कंट्री, ये सारे यूरोप के देश क्या करेंगे, उस पर भी हमला कर देंगे। सेम वाइज नाटो भी क्या है, नाटो भी क्या है, एक मल्टीलेटरल एग्रीमेंट है जहां पे कई सारे देश मिलकर आ रहे हैं कि हम एक दूसरे की सिक्योरिटी को प्रमोट करेंगे, ठीक है। सो ये था नेशनल सिक्योरिटी पे। देन इकोनॉमिक टूल्स। अब इकोनॉमिक टूल्स को भी मैं दो पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करूंगा। एक को बोलूंगा कोऑपरेटिव, एक को बोलूंगा नॉन कोऑपरेटिव। अब कोऑपरेटिव क्या है, ये आपने ऑलरेडी पढ़ रखा है, फ्री ट्रेड एरिया। तो ये किसके बीच हो रखा है, ये अमेरिका, मेक्सिको एंड कनाडा के बीच हो रखा है। फ्री ट्रेड एरिया का मतलब क्या है, मूवमेंट्स ऑफ जो गुड्स की मूवमेंट होगी वो क्या होगी इन तीनों कंट्रीज में, इन तीनों कंट्रीज में किसी तरीके का कोई टैरिफ नहीं लगाया जाएगा। फिर आता है कॉमन मार्केट। कॉमन मार्केट में क्या होता है, गुड्स का तो फ्री ट्रेड होगा ही होगा, लोगों का मूवमेंट भी, मूवमेंट ऑफ पीपल प्लस मूवमेंट ऑफ मनी, ये भी क्या हो जाएगा, ये भी बिना किसी रिस्ट्रिक्शन के होगा। तो ये फ्री ट्रेड एरिया का मतलब होता है गुड्स एंड सर्विस का मूवमेंट फ्री होगा। कॉमन मार्केट का मतलब है गुड्स और सर्विस का तो मूवमेंट फ्री होगा ही होगा, पैसे का लेन देन भी, मतलब आपके पास फॉर एग्जांपल पैसा आप पाकिस्तान में ट्रांसफर करना चाहते हो, किसी तरीके का कोई रूल्स रेगुलेशन नहीं लगेंगे। सेम वाइज लोग जाना चाहते हैं एक कंट्री से दूसरी कंट्री, तो किसी तरीके का कोई वीजा की भी रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं होगी। फिर आता है इकोनॉमिक मॉनेटरी यूनियंस। इसका मतलब क्या है, ये सारे फीचर्स तो होंगे होंगे, गुड्स एंड सर्विस फ्री मूवमेंट, पैसे का, लोगों का मूवमेंट भी फ्री होगा, प्लस हमारी जो करेंसी होगी वो करेंसी भी क्या होगी, वो करेंसी भी सिंगल होगी। इसका एग्जांपल क्या है, इसका एग्जांपल है यूरोजोन। तो यहाँ पे लेवल ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन और भी ज्यादा बढ़ गया। अब नॉन कोऑपरेटिव, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव में आएगा डोमेस्टिक कंटेंट रिक्वायरमेंट, ये हमने ऑलरेडी पढ़ रखा है ना। डोमेस्टिक कंटेंट रिक्वायरमेंट का मतलब क्या है, मान के चलते हैं आज इंडिया इजराइल कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देता है कि तुम मेरे लिए जेट प्लेन्स बनाओ। अब वो बोलता है कि अगर मैं तुम्हें 100 करोड़ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे रहा हूं, इंडिया बोलती है अगर इजराइल में तुम्हें 100 करोड़ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे रही हूं तो 20% माल इसमें मेरी कंट्री का लगना चाहिए। तो ये इतना ज्यादा कोऑपरेटिव नहीं है। आप क्यों ये रिस्ट्रिक्शन लगा रहे हो, ताकि हम आपके माल उस प्रोडक्ट में लगा सके। तो ये नॉन कोऑपरेटिव माना गया है, डोमेस्टिक मिनिमम कंटेंट। फिर है वॉलंटरीली एक्सपोर्ट रिस्ट्रिक्शंस, मेरा माल तेरी कंट्री में नहीं जाएगा, जैसे कि इंडिया करता है जब भी वो पाकिस्तान के साथ लड़ाई होती है हमारी, तो इंडिया क्या कर देता है, इंडिया कहता है ये गुड्स अब हम आपके ऊपर नहीं बेचेंगे क्योंकि तुम हमारे साथ लड़ते हो, तो हमारी इकोनॉमी के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट हो, अब हम जान पूछ के तुम्हारी कंट्री में अपने गुड्स को एक्सपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे। देन नेशनलाइजेशन, नेशनलाइजेशन का मतलब है हमारी पॉलिसीज ऐसी हैं कि वो हमारे गुड्स को प्रमोट करें, ठीक है, हमें और किसी के मतलब नहीं है। ये कौन फॉलो करता है, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी चाइना। तो कितने नाम आपको याद रखने हैं, ये पेपर में टेस्टेबल है। नेशनल सिक्योरिटी टूल में हमने 4 नाम पढ़े, 4 में 2 कोऑपरेटिव, 2 नॉन कोऑपरेटिव, 2 कोऑपरेटिव। फिर हमने वापस से इकोनॉमिक टूल्स में 6 नाम पढ़े, जिसमें से 3 कोऑपरेटिव, 3 नॉन कोऑपरेटिव। अब कोऑपरेटिव क्या, इकोनॉमिक टूल्स में फ्री ट्रेड एरिया, कॉमन मार्केट, इकोनॉमिक मॉनेटरी यूनियन। नॉन कोऑपरेटिव क्या है, मिनिमम डोमेस्टिक कंटेंट, वॉलंटरी एक्सपोर्ट रिस्ट्रिक्शंस एंड नेशनलाइजेशन। फिर आता है फाइनेंशियल टूल्स ना। फाइनेंशियल टूल्स में एक आ जाएगा सैंक्शंस, रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगा देना। दूसरा आ जाएगा फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट। फिर आ जाएगा एक्सचेंज ऑफ करेंसी। इसमें 3 नाम है, आसान है याद करना। अब अगर रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाई गई हैं, सैंक्शंस लगाए गए हैं पैसे को लेके, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव। सैंक्शंस नहीं लगाई गई हैं तो कोऑपरेटिव। फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्री है। नाउ इंडिया की कंटेक्स्ट में अगर मैं बात करूं तो आरबीआई ने रूल बना रखा है कि फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स बैंक में 75% से ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते। आज एक एचडीएफसी बैंक है, इस एचडीएफसी बैंक में 75% ओन्स बाय अमेरिकन्स। अब हमारी कंट्री का लॉ है कि अमेरिकन्स इससे ज्यादा इस बैंक के शेयर्स और बाय नहीं कर सकते, मैक्सिमम 75% किसी भी बैंक में। अब अगर आपने फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर रखा है तो नॉन कॉपरेटिव, रिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं कर रखा है तो कॉपरेटिव। सेम वाइज एक्सचेंज ऑफ करेंसी, अगर एक्सचेंज ऑफ करेंसी फ्रीली अलाउड है तो कॉपरेटिव, नहीं अलाउड है तो नॉन कॉपरेटिव। कितनी बातें याद रखेंगे तीसरे वाले में? बड़ा ही सिंपल है। आपने एक बात पढ़ा, दैट इज द नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, कॉपरेटिव, नॉन कॉपरेटिव, यहाँ पे दो नाम, यहाँ पे दो नाम। फिर हमने बात करी इकोनॉमिक टूल्स, कॉपरेटिव, नॉन कॉपरेटिव, यहाँ पे तीन नाम, यहाँ पे तीन नाम। फिर हमने बात करी फाइनेंशियल टूल्स, यहाँ पे हमने बात करी सैंक्शंस की, हमने बात करी फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट की, यहाँ पे हमने बात करी एक्सचेंज ऑफ करेंसी की। ये तीनों ही कॉपरेटिव भी हो सकते हैं, नॉन कॉपरेटिव भी हो सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो ये था आपका कॉन्सेप्ट नंबर 3। ना इसमें एक वर्ड और है ना, कार्बोटेज is the right to transport people or goods within a country by a foreign firm. Now, cabotage requires multi-tool process. अब इसका मतलब क्या है? काबोटेज का मतलब क्या है? नाउ अभी हमने देखा कि कुछ कंट्रीज के बीच फ्री मूवमेंट ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज है। आपको एक कंट्री से दूसरी कंट्री जाना है, आपको फ्री मूवमेंट ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्लस फ्री मूवमेंट ऑफ पीपल भी है। तो हमें एक कंट्री से अगर दूसरी कंट्री जाना है तो हमें किसी तरीके की कोई वीजा की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है, प्लस हमें एक कंट्री से दूसरी कंट्री अगर गुड्स को भेजना है, व्यापार भी करना है, तो किसी तरीके का कोई टैरिफ वैरिफ नहीं लगता। ऐसे है एग्रीमेंट, बिल्कुल है, कॉपरेटिव है। लेकिन ऐसी कंट्रीज में भी क्या हम किसी दूसरी कंपनी को, दूसरी कंट्री की कंपनी को, किसी फॉरेन फर्म को अलाउ करेंगे कि वो हमारी कंट्री में एयरलाइंस या ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का बिजनेस करे? ऐसा नहीं है। नो, दिस रिक्वायर्स मल्टी लेवल कॉपरेशन। नो फॉर एग्जांपल, मान के चलते हैं, ऐसा मैं मान लेता हूं, मुझे इतना आइडिया है नहीं, ये अफगानिस्तान है, ये पाकिस्तान है और ये इंडिया है, ऐसे मान लेते हैं ना। मान के चलते हैं कि इंडिया और अफगानिस्तान आपस में एग्रीमेंट करते हैं कि देयर विल बी फ्री मूवमेंट्स ऑफ गुड्स, देयर विल बी फ्री मूवमेंट्स ऑफ पीपल। ठीक है, अब प्लेन के थ्रू अगर आ रहे हैं तो प्लेन के थ्रू पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर भी पड़ेगा। सेम वाइज अगर ये ट्रेन के थ्रू आ रहे हैं या बस के थ्रू आ रहे हैं तो भी पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर पड़ेगा। तो पाकिस्तान का भी हमें इस चीज में क्या चाहिए? पाकिस्तान का भी हमें इस चीज में सपोर्ट चाहिए। नाउ इसको कहा गया है कार्बोटेज। सो कार्बोटेज में मतलब क्या है? ठीक है कि हम फ्री मूवमेंट्स ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विस अलाउ कर रहे हैं, फ्री मूवमेंट्स ऑफ पीपल भी अलाउ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम किसी दूसरी कंपनी को, फॉरेन कंपनी को अपने यहाँ अलाउ करेंगे। इसके लिए ये काफी ज्यादा कॉपरेशन और कोऑर्डिनेशन का काम है, तो शायद दूसरी कंट्री इस चीज के लिए हाँ ना करे। ठीक है, सो आपको याद क्या करना है? नाउ कार्बोटेज is the right to transport passengers or goods within a country by a foreign firm. It requires multi-level coordination and cooperation among nations. ठीक है, सो एक बार रिवाइज कर लेते हैं। हमने कितने कॉन्सेप्ट्स करे? हमने 3 कॉन्सेप्ट्स करे। पहला था कॉन्सेप्ट नंबर ए, ग्लोबलाइजेशन का मतलब, इसका मतलब है आपस में दो कंट्रीज कैसे इंटरेक्ट करते हैं। कोऑपरेटिव हो सकता है, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव हो सकता है। फिर हमने कहा देयर इज अ गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, ये किसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है, रिसोर्सेज के ऊपर भी डिपेंड करता है। रिसोर्सेज की स्कैसिटी होगी तो एग्रीमेंट, तो आपकी जो रिलेशनशिप होगा वो कोऑपरेटिव होगा। फिर स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट आ रही है तो कोऑपरेटिव हो सकता है। देन कल्चरल फैक्टर्स भी डिपेंड करते हैं। फिर हमने बात करी, एक वर्ड था ग्लोबलाइजेशन, एक था नेशनलिज्म। आपने ग्राफ बनाया, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, नेशनलिज्म, कोऑपरेटिव, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव, दोनों ही पॉजिटिव, मल्टीलेटरल दोनों ही नेगेटिव, और टाकी। देन यहाँ पे हमने लिखा बाय और यहाँ पे हमने लिखा हेजीमनी। फिर हम आए सी पे, यहाँ पे हमने बात करी नेशनल टूल्स की। नेशनल टूल्स में कोऑपरेटिव, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव, दो आइटम। इकोनॉमिक टूल्स में हमने बात करी कोऑपरेटिव, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव, तीन आइटम। फिर हमने बात करी फाइनेंशियल टूल्स में 3 आइटम, तीनों ही कोऑपरेटिव हो सकते हैं, नॉन कोऑपरेटिव हो सकते हैं। और फिर हमने लास्ट में बात करी कार्पोटेज की, विच रिक्वायर्स मल्टी लेवल कोऑर्डिनेशन। अब मेरा लास्ट आता है जो बात करेगा जियो पॉलिटिकल रिस्क की। नाउ व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ जियो पॉलिटिकल रिस्क? इसमें हम करने वाले क्या है, हम पढ़ेंगे जियो पॉलिटिकल रिस्क के बारे में, और इसको मैं 3 फैक्टर्स में, इस रिस्क को 3 पार्ट्स में डिवाइड कर दूंगा। एक को हम बोलेंगे इवेंट रिस्क, एक को हम बोलेंगे एक्सोजीनियस रिस्क, और एक को हम बोलेंगे थीमेटिक रिस्क। तो 3 तरीके की रिस्क की हम बातें यहाँ पे करने वाले हैं। नाउ जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क, इट इज द पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ इवेंट दैट विल इंटरप्ट पीसफुल इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन। तो आज मान के चलते हैं, इससे पहले यूक्रेन और रशिया में बहुत अच्छे रिलेशनशिप थे, किसी तरीके की कोई लड़ाई नहीं थी। ये लड़ाई हुई क्यों है मैं आपको बता देता हूं। तो नाटो के लिए यूक्रेन हाँ कर रहा है कि मुझे नाटो का मेंबर बना दो। अब मेंबरशिप के काफी ज्यादा एडवांटेजेस हैं, यूरोपियन नेशंस के साथ इसके संबंध अच्छे हो जाएंगे, और अगर यूरोपियन नेशंस के साथ इसके संबंध अच्छे हो गए तो रशिया और यूक्रेन का बॉर्डर आमने सामने है, जैसे इंडिया पाकिस्तान का। अब यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, अगर ये नाटो का मेंबर बन गया तो यूरोपियन नेशन यहाँ पे अपना मिलिट्री बेस बनाएंगे। अगर आपने यहाँ पे अपना मिलिट्री बेस बना दिया, आपने यहाँ पे अपने टैंक्स रख दिए, कल को यूरोप और रशिया की लड़ाई होती है या अमेरिका या रशिया की लड़ाई होती है, तो साली ये तो आराम से रशिया पे अटैक कर सकते हैं। तो रशिया को ये पसंद नहीं है। रशिया का सिर्फ एक ही प्रॉब्लम था यूक्रेन के साथ, कि भैया तुम नाटो का मेंबर नहीं बनोगे, बस तुम नाटो का मेंबर मत बनो, हमारी और तुम्हारी कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। तो इनके दोनों के बीच रिश्ते काफी ज्यादा अच्छे थे। और अगर मैं यूक्रेन की बात करूं तो यूक्रेन में मेजोरिटी ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन भी जो थी वो रशियंस की ही है, तो रिश्ते काफी अच्छे थे। ठीक है, लेकिन रिश्ते अब खराब हो गए। तो रिश्ते खराब हो जाएं, इसको कहते हैं जियो पॉलिटिकल रिस्क। अब ये रिस्क कैसे अराइज हो सकता है? एक का नाम है इवेंट रिस्क, एक का नाम है एक्सोजीनियस, और एक का मतलब है थीमेटिक। नाउ इवेंट रिस्क, टाइमिंग इज नोन, टाइमिंग इज नोन, सर्टेन है, टाइमिंग इज नोन, बट आउटकम इज, टाइमिंग इज नोन, आउटकम इज अनसर्टेन। ना इसका एक एग्जांपल याद करेंगे, इलेक्शंस। नाउ इंडिया है, इंडिया में 2 पार्टीज ऐसे मान लेते हैं कि बीजेपी मेन कंटेंडर और दूसरी पार्टी है कांग्रेस। ये दोनों इलेक्शंस लड़ रहे हैं और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के इलेक्शंस है। इंडिया में 2 पार्टीज, एक है बीजेपी और एक है कांग्रेस। मतलब मेरा कोई मतलब मैं ऐसा मान लेता हूँ, ये एक हाइपोथेटिकल एग्जांपल है। मान के चलते कांग्रेस चाहती है कि हमारे पाकिस्तान के साथ रिश्ते अच्छे हो जाए, और इंडिया क्योंकि और बीजेपी क्योंकि हिंदुत्व को काफी ज्यादा प्रमोट करती है, तो वो नहीं चाहती है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ हमारे रिश्ते अच्छे हों। ऐसा मान लेते हैं, ऐसा है नहीं, ऐसे ही मान लेते हैं, मेरा कोई पॉलिटिकल व्यू नहीं है, मैं ऐसी एक एग्जांपल क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ। अब मान के चलते हैं अभी तक कांग्रेस ही पिछले 15 साल से जीतती आ रही थी, तो पाकिस्तान के साथ हमारे रिश्ते बहुत अच्छे होते गए। लेकिन जैसे ही बीजेपी जीत गई, अब हमारे रिश्ते खराब होने शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो इसको हमने नाम क्या दे दिया? इवेंट रिस्क। जहां पे टाइमिंग तो पता है लेकिन आउटकम इज अननोन। अगर बीजेपी जीत गई तो ये रिलेशनशिप खराब हो जाएंगे, अगर कांग्रेस जीत गई तो ये रिश्ते सुधर जाएंगे। सो टाइमिंग इज नोन, आउटकम इज अनसर्टेन। देन हेक्सोजीनियस इवेंट। हेक्सोजीनियस इवेंट का मतलब है अनएंटिसिपेटेड इवेंट्स का हो जाना ना। अनएंटिसिपेटेड इवेंट्स का हो जाना मतलब इंडिया सॉरी यूक्रेन और रशिया में वॉर अनएंटिसिपेटेड था, इसको कहा एक्सोजीनियस रिस्क। अब इस रिस्क की वजह से कि इन दोनों के आपस के रिश्ते खराब हो गए, यस, सो पॉलिटिकल रिस्क है ये। नाउ अनएंटिसिपेटेड इवेंट्स, फॉर एग्जांपल वॉर। अब इस वॉर की वजह से रशिया ने खाली अपने यूक्रेन के साथ रिलेशनशिप खराब नहीं करे, उसने यूरोप के साथ भी करे, उसने अमेरिका के साथ भी करे। नाउ ऐसे रिस्क को कहा गया है एक्सोजीनियस ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ अनएंटिसिपेटेड इवेंट्स। थीमेटिक। थीमेटिक का मतलब है कि इसका जो इफेक्ट होगा दैट इज लॉन्ग टर्म। नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल एक बार पढ़ लेते हैं। थीमेटिक, नोन फैक्टर्स दैट हैव अ लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट। सो नोन है और इसका जो इफेक्ट होगा दैट इज गोइंग टू बी लॉन्ग टर्म। अब इसका एग्जांपल क्या बनता है? अब मैं अगर बात करूं इंडिया की और पाकिस्तान की, ना पाकिस्तान के बॉर्डर से इंडिया में मान के चल रहे हैं डुप्लीकेट नोट्स आ रहे हैं या वेपन्स आ रहे हैं या ड्रग्स आ रहे हैं, तो ये नोन है, लेकिन अभी तक हमारा इसके ऊपर कंक्रीट प्रूफ्स नहीं है। नाउ इसका जो इम्पैक्ट होगा दैट इज गोइंग टू बी लॉन्ग टर्म में, इसका इफेक्ट हमें दिखने वाला है। अभी तो इसका इम्पैक्ट हमें इतना पता नहीं लग रहा। फिर हो सकता है कि इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के रिश्ते खराब हो जाएं, मान के चलते अभी बहुत अच्छे हैं। इसको कहा गया है थीमेटिक रिस्क। सो इवेंट रिस्क में ये सर्टेन है लेकिन आउटकम इज अनसर्टेन, एग्जांपल इलेक्शन। एक्सोजीनियस में हमने बात करी अनएंटिसिपेटेड की, फॉर एग्जांपल वॉर। थीमेटिक में मतलब है कि अभी चीजें पता ये हो रही हैं लेकिन इसका इम्पैक्ट अभी दिख नहीं रहा। इसका इम्पैक्ट कब होगा? इसका इम्पैक्ट फ्यूचर में होगा और फिर ये दो कंट्रीज के रिलेशनशिप को क्या कर सकता है? फिर ये दो कंट्रीज के रिलेशनशिप को काफी ज्यादा हैम्पर कर सकता है। तो इसको कहा गया है थीमेटिक। देन आगे क्या कहते हैं, एक इंडेक्स भी है जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क इंडेक्स, और इसमें क्या देखा गया है जैसे जैसे जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क बढ़ता है, ये यूएस में एक इंडेक्स है, वैसे वैसे यूएस में इन्वेस्टमेंट, एम्प्लॉयमेंट और प्राइस लेवल ऑफ द स्टॉक मार्केट गिर जाता है। नाउ जिस दिन ये अनाउंस हुआ था कि रशिया ने यूक्रेन पे वॉर करा है, उस एक सिंगल डे में रशिया की मार्केट, एक सिंगल डे में रशिया की मार्केट 25% तक गिर गई थी। सो जैसे जैसे पॉलिटिकल रिस्क बढ़ जाएगा वैसे वैसे आपकी कंट्री में एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इन्वेस्टमेंट और आपका स्टॉक मार्केट सब क्या हो जाएंगे? सब आपके क्रैश हो जाएंगे। ठीक है, तो इसका जो इम्पैक्ट है जियोपॉलिटिकल का दैट इज टेंजिबल इन नेचर। आप देख सकते हो कि ये क्यों हो रहा है। दिस इज ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ इंक्रीज जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क। जैसे ही रशिया ने लड़ाई करी, अब इसने यूरोप के साथ भी पंगा ले लिया, इसने अमेरिका के साथ भी पंगा ले लिया, इसने यूक्रेन के साथ भी पंगा लिया, जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क बढ़ गए। अब इसकी कंट्री में एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड स्टॉक मार्केट की प्रॉब्लम्स आनी शुरू हो जाएंगी। अब आप जब भी किसी कंट्री में इन्वेस्ट करते हो, आपको देखना चाहिए लाइक्लीहुड ऑफ पॉलिटिकल रिस्क और उसका इम्पैक्ट आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स में क्या पड़ेगा और उसकी वेलोसिटी क्या है। मान के चलते हैं कि आप एक लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर हो, अब जो चीज हुई है क्या इसका इम्पैक्ट लॉन्ग टर्म में आने वाला है या नहीं आने वाला। नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल आज यूक्रेन रशिया में वॉर हो गया, और आप रशिया में एक्सटेंसिवली इन्वेस्ट करते थे, तो आपको लगता है कि इसका इम्पैक्ट गोइंग फॉरवर्ड भी होने वाला है, कि इसका इम्पैक्ट गोइंग फॉरवर्ड भी और भी भयंकर होगा दोनों ही इकोनॉमीज में, रशिया की इकोनॉमी में पर्टिकुलरली, बिकॉज आप रशिया में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो? यस। तो यस, तब आपको क्या करना चाहिए, तब आपको सोचना चाहिए कि अगर इसकी वेलोसिटी बहुत एक्सटेंसिव आने वाली है और इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत सीवियर आने वाला है, तब आपको शायद अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स वहां से लिक्विडेट कर देनी चाहिए। अगर आप एक लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर हो और आपको लगता है इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत छोटा सा होने वाला है, तब हम आपको क्या सजेस्ट करते हैं, तब आप अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ बने रहिए, तब आपको कुछ भी लिक्विडेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल, इंडिया पाकिस्तान में रेगुलर बेसिस पे लड़ाइयाँ होती रहती हैं। अब लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर हो तो जिस भी शेयर में आपने इन्वेस्ट कर रखा है, हम आपको बोलेंगे उसमें आप इन्वेस्टेड रहो। लेकिन हाँ, मान के चलते कल पाकिस्तान एकदम से मिसाइल हमारे ऊपर गिरा देता है या कुछ और किसी तरीके का भयंकर वॉर कर देता है, तब फिर हम आपको बोलेंगे कि आपको उसका इम्पैक्ट देखना चाहिए, उसकी वेलोसिटी देखनी चाहिए और फिर स्टेप लेना चाहिए कि आप मुझे अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को लिक्विडेट करना है या नहीं करना है। तो इम्पैक्ट बेसिकली आपको देखना है। अगर उसका इम्पैक्ट आपको लगता है लॉन्ग टर्म में बहुत सीवियर होगा, तो अपने पैसे को बुक कर लीजिए, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को बेच दीजिए। नहीं होगा तो अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के साथ बने रहिए। फिर है ब्लैक स्वन रिस्क। इसका मतलब क्या है? किसी एक ऐसे इवेंट का मार्केट के ऊपर बहुत सीवियर इम्पैक्ट होना, मतलब किसी किसी चीज की वजह से एकदम से किसी हाई वेलोसिटी के साथ मार्केट एकदम से गिर गई। ना फॉर एग्जांपल, चाइना में एक केस आया, चाइना की लापरवाही की वजह से दुनिया भर में कोविड बढ़ गया। अब एकदम से स्टॉक मार्केट गिर गई, उसका इम्पैक्ट काफी सीवियर था। अब आपको शॉर्ट टर्म में जिसका इम्पैक्ट एकदम से बहुत ज्यादा सीवियर हो जाए, तो क्या कोविड की वजह से जब मार्केट गिरी थी उसको ब्लैक स्वन रिस्क कहा जा सकता है? आंसर इज यस। तो एक बार पढ़ते हैं। इट इज द टर्म फॉर अ रिस्क ऑफ लो लाइकलीहुड एक्सट्रोजीनियस इवेंट, अनएंटिसिपेटेड था कोविड। ओके, एकदम से कोविड आया, कंट्री में लॉकडाउन लगने शुरू हुए, दैट हैव अ सब्सटैंशियल शॉर्ट टर्म इफेक्ट, एकदम से सब्सटैंशियल शॉर्ट टर्म इफेक्ट। अब हमने क्या कहा है, अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म के इन्वेस्टर हो तो आपको इन बातों को रिएक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए, और अगर आप शॉर्ट टर्म के इन्वेस्टर्स हो तो डेफिनेटली आपको अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट्स पे गेन या लॉसेस जो भी हैं उनको आपको बुक कर लेना चाहिए। ठीक है, तो याद क्या करना है, जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क का मतलब आपके रिश्ते खराब हो सकते हैं, 3 वजह से हो सकते हैं। इवेंट रिस्क की मदद से, एक्सोजीनियस रिस्क की मदद से, अनएंटिसिपेटेड, और थीमेटिक रिस्क की वजह से। कुछ ऐसी चीजें इकोनॉमी में हो रही हैं जिसका इम्पैक्ट लॉन्ग टर्म में दिखेगा। फिर अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर हो और आपको लगता है कि इसका इम्पैक्ट लॉन्ग टर्म में भी कंटिन्यू रहेगा, तो आप अपने लॉसेस या गेन्स को बुक कर लीजिए। अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर हो और आपको लगता है कि इसका इम्पैक्ट सिर्फ शॉर्ट टर्म है, तब हम आपको बोलेंगे कि ऐसी न्यूज पे आपको रिएक्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के साथ। ठीक है, सो ये एक सिंपल सा चैप्टर था। अब मैं आपको सजेस्ट क्या करूंगा, आई स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड, बुक से पढ़ने की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है। ठीक है, जितना हमने करा दैट इज मोर देन सफिशिएंट। अब आपको करना क्या है, आपकी श्वेजर की बुक्स में इस चैप्टर में 3 क्वेश्चंस है, उन तीनों क्वेश्चंस को आपको करना है, प्लस आपके सी बुक में इन टोटलिटी 16 क्वेश्चंस है, आपको उन 16 क्वेश्चंस को करना है। ठीक है, सो एक बार इस पीडीएफ को, बहुत ही छोटी पीडीएफ है, 2 पेज की पीडीएफ है, इसको बहुत अच्छे ढंग से पढ़ेंगे। ठीक है, एंड डायरेक्टली यू विल जंप टू दी क्वेश्चंस, और वहां पे अपने क्वेश्चंस करके इफ योर एक्यूरेसी इज मोर देन इज इक्वलेंट टू 70%, देन आई स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड कि बुक पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप बुक को पढ़ना स्किप कर सकते। ठीक है, चलिए, थैंक यू।